with Jewellery Maker.
Join us on Jewellery Maker as we count down the days until Christmas. Stay tuned to see perfect Christmas gifts for all your friends and family at prices you won't believe. And what's more, anything you buy can be refunded or exchanged until the 31st of January. So for hassle-free shopping and great value, it has to be Jewellery Maker.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at Jewellery Maker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just $15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed Jewellery Maker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
This year, Jewellery Maker will be live 9 AM to 1 PM on Christmas Day. Oh, come on, guys. You can't get out of working Christmas Day. Ed's excited. Oh, look at him. What a guy. No turkeys were harmed in the making of this video.
Good afternoon, hello everyone, welcome to Designer Inspirations. You're joined with me today and also our designer with the inspirational designs, smooth, is Hannah Roxbury.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hello.
Hannah is going to be showing us some butterfly designs and also some multi-use long necklace that you can wrap, change, belt it, anything. It's so versatile. We'll be going over to Hannah very soon. Format of the day is first hour heading over with Hannah to see her butterfly inspired designs. After that, we're going to go fanatical about findings. Any of your finding needs will be made complete with our second hour. After that, we'll be going back to Hannah to have a little look at more of her designer inspirations. And in our final hour, we are going to have 10 under 10. Simply means that 10 items are going to be under £10. They shouldn't be, a lot of them, but we're going to be price slashing so that they are. And as well as that, we're going to have luxury for less. So if you're interested in getting your high-end strands, think zircon, think sapphire, and many more, then that will also be the time for you. But first off, I want to put you in a mellow mood. Let's start off, because it's Friday. Let's start with a relaxing little blue bundle here for you. You have 3 strands of this truly relaxing blue. In here, we're working with your blue potato pearls. Look at these, so delicate, but this deepness of the blue, almost the midnight blue tones we're working with here. Think the Maldives Sea, that's what I'm getting out of there. We're also working with blue coloured quartz in these faceted rounds. And finally, we have these blue quartz in the perfect rounds. Now the mixture you're getting with this, if I show you on the back of my hand, you'll be able to see the mixtures of colours Because we're working with blues, but they're all completely different tones, look at the depth and the richness you will get out of these working with your designs. Just simply by twisting them together, you can see all the individual blues are completely highlighted, but just working with the same tones, giving you this relaxing look, but with the 3 different colours of the blue. So this is your blue trio. We are going to do something good for you on this today. It's going to be a little bit crazy. It's going to be so crazy that Scott wouldn't even tell me, producer Scott wouldn't actually tell me the price we were going to do on these, because he wanted to see my genuine reaction. Now I know the price it should be. I know the price it should be. £15.85 it should be if you were to buy them all individually. But we're going to do you a very special deal to start off our show. It's officially the weekend. It should be £15.85 for you today. £7.95 should be £15.85. It's now £7.95. That is a deal to kick off our designer inspirations today, isn't it? Get yourselves on the phone lines if you're interested in making this massive saving. Should be £15.85, now just £7.95. 0800 644 655. These can be yours to own today. And in fact, some of the things that we've got showing coming up later on in the luxury time, these will go so specially with. I've got a few colour minds in my mind. There's a few blues that we're looking at, and we've got some imperial topaz coming up in that time as well, which will just be highlight the luxury with these pearls in particular. £7.95 for you today for these 3 strands. Now, we are down to the last 20 in stock with these, because you know what a great saving you're getting. Should be £15.85, but also you're getting your luxury in there, aren't you, with these pearls? Also, you've got the seductive sparkle of the faceting, but then also the deep saturation of just the plain rounds. So you're getting a great mix here, and I have got less than 20 of these left in now, so I can't guarantee you at the end of the show we'll have any left. So if you want them, do not miss out. £7.95, down to the last 10. I'm really sorry, they are flying out. If you're on the phone line, stay with us, we will be with you. Just 10 of these left now. Now we're gonna get a big box now. If you're new to jewellery making, welcome. Well done for finding us. We have got for you a starter kit. If you're not sure what you're interested in jewellery-wise, or perhaps you want to try something a little bit different, then this could well be the gift box for you. Just look at how exciting and enticing this is. This is everything you're going to need to create many designs and more. In here, we are getting your saw blades. Do not worry if you're looking at this and thinking, I have no idea what any of these do. Do not worry, this is for your acrylic jewellery. This is your acrylic jewellery starter kit. If you're looking and thinking, I have no idea what any of these are, do not worry, because we'll be using them shortly and Hannah Oxbury will explain completely. We have your saw blades in the different sizes. We have your files. We've got your perspex. Now you can't really see these because they've got a protective coating on here, but you've got a white, you've got a black. If I show you at the end, you can see. You've got a white, a black, a yellow, a royal blue, and your grey perspex in here. And these are 8 by 6 inches, so you've got a great size there. Because it's got this protective coating on, you don't have to be worried about it getting damaged in transit or anything. It's absolutely not a problem. As well as that, you are getting the jewellery box. You're also getting your saw frame and your anvil. Now these are really important because obviously if you're going to be sawing to create wonderful intricate shapes, you're going to need your saw frame, but you've also got this anvil which will just hold everything in place that you need when you are sawing. Use it on the side of your workbench and you can create lots of different pieces without all of the hassle. So this is your acrylic jewellery starter kit. If you're new to jewellery making and you think, I really don't know what my forte is, what my style is, or perhaps you're looking at just changing maybe you've been doing wire work for a long time and now for Christmas you want to treat yourself to a new skill, then this is the one for you. HYGC32. Your price on this today, £34.95, and you really have got everything in here that you need. Even if you do use up all the perspex in, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 designs, you've still got everything else here that you will need to continue your skill and continue down your journey with acrylic jewellery starter kit. Now we are going to be going over with Hannah to see exactly how you use all these little bits and bobs. So treat yourself to it now, and then you can pay full attention to Hannah Roxbury and see how you can use all these wonderful treats you're going to be getting through the post in just a matter of days. £34.95 for all of this for you. We only have 30 of these left in stock. So if you want them, please get on the phone line now. This is a superb Christmas present for anyone in your family. If you've got someone who's looking at something a little bit different, getting into something a bit interesting, perhaps they haven't done jewellery making before, well, this gives them everything they need and more to create plenty of pieces and continue them in their journey. Hello.
Hi.
Hannah Roxbury.
Here we are, here we are.
Here we are. So, you're going to be showing us today these wonderful butterfly cuffs,
Yep,
which I think are so special. Have a little look at these for me. That is your black butterfly cuff. And this one is your white butterfly cuff. Now coming up, we will have for you these exact kits. We'll have them coming up really, really shortly for you. But if you haven't done this before, then you need to be getting this starter kit so that you then have everything to create these and plenty more. Because it's not really the type of thing that you might have lying around the house, this, is it?
Not really, no. They're quite specialised tools, but you see, once we start working with them, they're actually really, really easy to use, and the perspex itself is a really brilliant medium to start with. If you're perhaps looking to get involved in metal work or silversmithing, perspex is a really great place to start because it's easy, it's very forgiving, but you're learning all the same skills that you'd need in metal forming.
So it's a really versatile one then?
It really is, yeah, it really, really is. As soon as you've got those basic skill sets done and in the back, if you like, it's a really easy medium to then go on and take to another level with different mediums.
Oh, that's good. It's nice that you're able to learn something with this kit at just £34.95.
It really is, yeah, it really is.
But then you can carry it on into different areas.
Exactly right.
Oh,
exactly
wonderful.
Right.
So are we going to be showing today the white
We're
butterfly?
going to be showing the white butterfly, but both techniques are exactly the same if you're using black or the white, or if you want to come in and get the starter kit, you can perhaps make these with the red, blue or yellow or even grey that you get in the kit as well.
Because in this kit you're going to be getting these bursts of colours with all of these quartz, which means that you can really add your own touch and your own feeling to it.
If you want to really, really personalise it, you could perhaps form the quartz into letters and things like that, but we'll see how to make that towards the end of the demo.
Fantastic. Now, I just want to give you the chance to have the ability to create this exact cuff, which I tried on earlier, didn't I? And I didn't actually want to take it off, if I'm honest. I might not this time. This is the white wrist shot. This is the white butterfly cuff design, and I'm going to give you the chance to be able to create this exact cuff at home. What you're going to be getting in this kit is your white perspex sheet, as well as your strand of this multicoloured quartz. Now with these, is this all you've used to create this wonderful cuff?
Yeah, apart from the tools that you obviously get in the starter kit, that is pretty much everything. A little bit of glue and that's it. And yeah, it's quite an exciting piece. And I wanted to give a bundle that was small, and just something that was small and that you could really easily access at home, to show you that you can go from something very, very, very simple to something a little bit more involved.
That sounds perfect. So this is your designer inspirations. This is your bright whites. Your price for SDGC 89 to be able to create this cuff is just £5.95.
Exactly. And if once we get started, you'll see we're only using a very, very minimal amount of the perspex as well, and of course minimal amount of the gemstones. You could probably get 2 or 3 out of this perspex sheet.
So if you bought for someone that kit earlier to start out with, then you could get this as well and just refer them back to the YouTube when it'll be put up on there.
Exactly right.
And they've actually got step-by-step learning with something they've never looked at before.
Exactly.
That is fantastic. £5.95 to be able to create this stand-out, stunning cuff with the butterfly design. I like white because it makes me look very tanned. I just thought then, who's that brown goddess? Oh, it's me, I've got a tan with this white on. So, where are we going to start with this, Hannah?
Well, what we've done is, basically, what I've firstly done is designed a butterfly template. Now, I will put this up on the website if anyone wants to come in and get it.
Brilliant.
I've drawn it freehand, as you can probably see, just drawn it straight onto the perspex there. But you can go online and onto Google Images or any other search engine and type in butterfly silhouette, or if you want to make perhaps a different style, type in the words and then silhouette followed by, and you'll get a whole host of free Google images which are copyright free as well.
Great.
So you're able to go in those, print them off and stick it directly to your perspex with sticky back plastic, and there you go, you can get it started. You don't even need to be an artist, if you like, with this medium as well. So I've drawn straight onto the perspex. The perspex does come with 2 protective sheets, because obviously it's very, very highly gloss finish. What we've done is just got the protective sheets on there. If I just lift one corner, you can see both back and front have that sealant, but what you want to do is actually just leave that on whilst you're working with the perspex, because every time you touch it or you put tools to it, you do run the risk of scratching the surface. It's not a problem, you can polish that off, but it just makes life a bit easier.
And if you just drawn on here in a normal pen, you don't need a special...
It's more of a permanent marker.
I see.
I would say permanent marker because you don't want it to smudge whilst you're working with it either.
Yeah.
To cut, it's not the easiest demo in the world to show whilst cutting, because we have to work on a bench peg, which we obviously can't fit to the demo desk here. I will give it a go nonetheless. So we've got our little starter there. I'm just going to use a bead reamer. Now you can use your needle files that come in the starter kit as well. But basically what you want to do is create just a little notch. You see I'm just running, in essence, a needle file up and down the edge there. Rather than going straight in with your saw, this then gives you the ability, with your saw, you've got a little bit of purchase on there. If you were not to make a notch and just go straight in, it would then slip around on the edge, and you can obviously break the blade and things like that. The nice thing about perspex is it's an incredibly soft medium to work with. So you won't be fighting this, it really does cut very, very, very easily. So when cutting, what we want to do, obviously if you're working at home, you're working on a bench peg, so you're working on a flat surface, you're applying pressure throughout the design, and you're then just running the blade up and down very slowly to start with, just so the blade's not snagging, and then you can go a little bit firmer with it. And you see, without much effort at all, it's cutting very, very, very easily. The important things to consider when cutting perspex is you are keeping the blade upright. So rather than tipping it forward or tipping it backwards, you want to keep it nice and straight. And that removes any undue pressure on the blade itself. And it's a bit like cutting with scissors, really. Rather than trying to move the blade around, just up and down, really smooth movements. And as we get to a curve, you see I'm moving the perspex sheet rather than the blade itself, and just following the curve of the design. As soon as I get to another curve, I can then obviously move the perspex sheet in another way and just travel around and follow that line. If I want to remove my blade for any reason, I just saw backwards, and the blade comes out really, really easily. What you've got to remember is it is a blade, so obviously be careful with your fingers and things like that. But you're creating quite a neat cut. Now, the perspex kit does come with a range of different size saw blades, and depending on the sort of depth or gauge of the saw cut that you want, you can go in at a different level. So this one is quite a thick blade actually, and you see it's creating quite a thick cut to the piece. So what you would do, in essence, is carry on through the whole outline and just cut that out. And once you get quite used to cutting perspex, it will probably take you about 5–10 minutes. It's not long at all. It's very, very, very easy medium to start with. Once you've cut, you will end up, hopefully, with something a bit like this. Now you'll notice all the way around the edge, it's quite, almost a little bit rough. Each time you run the saw blade through the perspex, it creates another cut. And that cut is quite distinguishable on the edge of the perspex. So when we get to this stage, what we want to do is polish any saw marks out of the edge of the perspex. We can do that obviously with the needle files that are in your kit, or if you're a little bit heavy-handed like me, you can go in and raid perhaps your dad's or your husband's tool shed and get a really heavy-duty file, and that does make life a bit easier. So you can grab sort of a half round's always good, because what you can then do is flat, it's the best way to remember it, flat to the outside of curves and curves to the inside of curves. So if I just demo what I mean there. Here we've got quite a nice sweeping curve which is on the outside of a curve. And again, just as you would do the saw, you're moving your file around the curve, keeping it straight, keeping it flat. Obviously you want to keep it really, really nice and straight, because if you tip or you dip, it then scores the surface of the perspex. You just want a nice flat edge. For inside of curves, so we've got an inside curve here, what you want to use is your rounded side to your files. And again, it's easier if you can design to accommodate your different size needle files. So again, nice and straight, but you see, because you're working on a curved surface, that curve to the file makes going a lot easier basically. And you want to keep stopping, you want to keep picking it up, feeling it, having a look, and you can keep seeing that there are little nicks and things that you want to just polish out and get rid of. You then work down in the needle files. So you'd grab your needle files and you can go through and use them really, really well in just tidying up these little edges there, these little nicks and things like that. Once you've got to a stage where you feel you're quite happy with the polishing, always look again. What I do at this stage is take off the perspex protector, both sides, just peel them away. If I can grab them, they're always a little bit fiddly. And this, you then suddenly realise, actually I've missed perhaps one corner, or I've missed an area because it's almost masked by the edge of the perspex protector. So pull that off too. White's not easy to see because obviously you're white on white with the perspex there.
I saw white.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, I know.
So even though with the sheet on that looked like it was ready to work with, what you've actually got are uneven edges here and here. So you just want to neaten those up. If you can obviously take more time over it at home, you can do that. Just neaten it all through. So that creates your butterfly. You then want to create a little strip of perspex, which is, I'm not going to sort of bore you with the details how to cut out a strip, because that's, you know, you just cut it out of the perspex sheet. It's much, much easier on the perspex sheet if you use 3 edges that are the already pre-cut edges, and then just cut down one side for it as well.
So you just have to do one cut on that, don't you?
Just one cut, yeah, through the perspex itself, and again, neaten it off with your needle files. This one, I've done about 1 3/4 inches width, and lengthwise, you want to go to about 7.5 or just under 7.5 inches, because what you've got to imagine, this is then going to turn into your bangle frame. Bearing in mind, this is then going to be worn on the wrist. So you want to take these corners and neaten them off. Again, you can do it with your needle files. I'm just going to grab my bigger file. But again, straight file, saw through the corner, and then just start to round it. Because, let's get that through. It's always noisy demos, these ones, I do like them. There we go, that's just really quickly filed down for you. Rather than just being aesthetically pleasing, you've got a nice curved edge on this side. If you see it in conjunction with the other side there. If you're making to sell or if you're making to gift these pieces, always remember to do this, because if you leave it sharp, it can scratch the skin and things like that. So it's just all about sort of ergonomics, just making it really, really neat and safe to wear as well. And again, go up the grades in the needle files, just finish that off really, really nicely. Now, you might be thinking, how are we going to turn this into a bangle?
Yeah.
Okay, the easiest way to do it is to pop it in the oven. Now, unfortunately, I obviously can't show you that on air. What you do is pop it directly on about 150°C on your oven low heat for about 5 minutes. And what that does, this is a plastic, and it won't melt totally at that temperature, but it becomes soft. At that temperature, it's quite easy to handle. You can use your oven gloves or towels, tea towels or something. Remove it from the oven and grab like a tumbler, like a glass tumbler.
Okay.
You then, if it's soft enough, you'll be able to feel it. You don't want it so it's all sort of slipping about in your hands, but you need it with a little bit of give to it. As it comes out the oven, you have to work quite quickly because it does cool, and plastic has a memory, so as it cools it will go back to your original flat shape. You need to force it basically, pop it on the glass and bend it, and keep it bent. Now obviously the other problem being, glasses and tumblers aren't the same size or the same shape as your wrist. So you want to do the initial bend over the glass, let it cool and keep holding in place. It's really, really important, don't let go of it. And you'll see when we come to heat the butterfly part, you'll see why. You want to then remove it from the glass, obviously once it's cooled, and you can then heat it with a heat gun and then just compress it. So you've got more of an oval rather than a round shape.
I see.
And that will be a lot better and sits a lot nicer on your wrist as well. That's how you make your bangle. Sounds quite involved, but actually in practice it is quite an easy technique. Once you get used to it, again, it's including cooking time, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, if that. Now, I had a little play and I was like, do I add the stones before or do I add the stones after? Couldn't really make up my mind, and you can do it either way. It's just a bit more fiddly if you've already bent the piece to then add stones to it. You don't have to, you can leave it plain if you don't want to come in and if you haven't got access to a drill or something like that, you can leave the piece plain. But for embellishment wise, I thought let's stick some gemstones on it. Let's go a bit Christmas party sparkly.
I
we
like
want to do
that.
this.
That sounds good.
So you can cover the whole thing, but bear in mind you will be bending this through the centre, so you don't want to attach or adhere any stones to the centre of your piece. What I'm going to do is simply drill and bezel the top of the perspex in certain areas so I can show you how to attach your stones. I'm using a Dremel drill and I have charged the battery, so I hope it works. Moment of truth. Yes, we have power. Right, so what I've put in here, rather than a normal drill bit, if we can get probably a close up on that, we've actually got a like a burr, it's called. So you see it's like a drill, it's corkscrewed like a drill, but it's a little round drill bit, and that does come, if you came in earlier and got the Dremel kit from a couple of months ago, they are included in there.
Brilliant.
This one is about, I think, a 3mm or a 4mm, depending, but it doesn't matter. If you haven't got a 3 or 4mm, again, part of the design is you can accommodate your stones to fit. So what we do, turning it on, obviously being very, very careful, we haven't got any loose clothing or hair anywhere near it. You want to choose where you're going to put your design. Sometimes it does help if you want to mark a pen up your design first. So we're touching it to the surface and pushing down. Now white isn't probably going to be the easiest, but you see that's created a whole little dip there.
But you've not gone all the way through.
I've not gone all the way through, no.
Okay.
It's really important. You will feel the tension, if you like, of the perspex change as the drill goes through the perspex itself. It is almost impossible because you're not pressing too hard. It's a very, very easy medium to work. What you can go all the way through. It wouldn't be a problem, but it just looks neater if you don't. We can then carry that on and add a few more. So we're going in and pushing down, going in and pushing down, going in and pushing down. At this stage, it comes to the point of offering up your stones. Now, if you've got a drill bit that perhaps isn't the right size to match your stone size, it's not a problem. Just grab one of the stones and you'll see what I mean. What you want to create is like a little dip, a little hole for that stone to sit snugly in. At the moment, it's not enough there to hold the stone in place.
Yeah.
You see it's sitting quite proud.
Yes.
In your designs, you obviously want as much of the stone inset into the perspex as you can probably get away with. So we put the stone
That's
to one
just
side.
to make sure it's secure.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, to make it sure it's secure. So what we do, grab the Dremel again, low speed, pop your burr into the hole and squidge it around. Now it's quite hard to demo, but what I'm doing is I'm putting the drill in and I'm making a little circular movement there. And that is actually bezeling out the edge. Let me just make that a little bit bigger so you can see. In and around. Now once that's done, you're using the same size bit. You see that's just ever so slightly. And you can take your time with this and keep drilling a little bit more out, just putting a stone in, checking that it fits nicely. So let's just check that again. Same stone, in.
Ah, yes.
And it's already sitting much lower. Now you can get away with drilling that a little bit more. This perspex is 3 mil deep, and your stones that you're working with are pretty much that same depth. But you obviously do want it to stand a little bit more proud, so you got a bit of sparkle from it. So you just keep going in and drilling. Okay, so that's created quite a nice circle there. Obviously you've got perhaps some edges which are a little bit flatter than others, but you can neaten that off. You can spend time just bezeling that out and making sure everything fits really, really beautifully. It is a lot easier to do it one piece at a time rather than getting all set up with all of your drill holes. Drill holes are fine, but if you start gluing, obviously glue one at a time and check. So you don't want to put the glue in there yet. You want to check your stone sits nicely, which it does. Now it's ready to glue.
Okay.
So you just grab, obviously getting out all the dust and things from it. It's quite a nice messy demo, this one. We sell the Hyper Cement on our website, and this is absolutely perfect for this demo itself. Mine from overuse has lost its little needle, but that's no problem because I can just apply it with this bit. And you just want to sort of grab a little bit on the end and just introduce it, or just pour. Obviously yours will come with a needle tip. Mine is a little bit well loved, shall we say. And any spillage, what you can do at this stage before the glue dries is come in either with a cotton bud or a little bit of sheet there and wipe that up. Don't worry too much, because the nice thing about this is you can actually go in with nail varnish remover and just remove the glue, just to really neaten it up. And you see I've just dropped the stone in there. You've got a little bit of glue that's come out the side, but that's fine. We can neaten that up afterwards when everything's dried. It's not a problem at all. So that glue, you're probably going to leave it in all honesty, I'd say about half an hour. Just make sure it's really, really secure. Obviously we don't have the luxury of time on our demos here, but that's not a problem. See, I'm just wiping that away, and that will sew as a little smudge on your surface there. I can't really pick it up. You can go in and then you can just neaten that all off. You can get a little cotton bud, dip it in some nail varnish remover and just neaten that off. You don't want to go too mad because obviously you need the glue for the stone to sit securely, but you can add that as you go. Did you want to introduce that one before I go on to bending butterfly?
Yeah, before you bend your butterfly, let's do that. I just want to give you the opportunity now. Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right,
I thought I'd just squeeze it in now so that people can see that and think, right, that's how you do it. Let's have a little look what the difference is with the other colourway. Now you'll see, we're going to give you the other colourway now. So we've worked with the white, with those multicoloured cracked quartz, but you'll be able to see here, we're going to be working with your multicoloured spacers that have this truly wonderful, almost polka dot faceting.
Really do, they're really pretty.
So sparkly, and your black perspex, and that's to create this butterfly here. So as you'll see, this one's a bit more classical, I'd say.
It is, you think Christmas party wear.
Definitely, I can completely see that. So we're working with here. Now these ones are obviously quite a bit bigger than the small quartz. Yep. So does that mean you need to make a bigger hole?
Yeah, you just need to do the technique as we showed with the bezeling out and just spend a little bit more time bezeling the sizes out before you set your stones.
That's great. Now on this butterfly you've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of these, and in this you are getting a wealth. So did you even touch this?
Not at all, not at all. But again, if you've got friends that wear gold or silver or rose, you can tailor the cuffs to suit them.
Completely. If you've maybe got a dress that you're going to go out wearing and you're thinking you've got some gold shoes, use the gold. If you've got silver shoes, use the silver. Mix it completely, can't you? You've got the lovely antiques bronzy colour, your brightest silver, your luxurious gold, and then your deepest sparkling black at the top as well. So you're going to be getting this tube, which normally by itself is £9.95 for this spacer, because of course you can use it for this, but these are spacers, so use them in your jewellery designs. You could make yourself a cuff and then use the rest to tie it all together with a necklace or something that's completely different style and technique, but using the same kind of tones and same bits of glitz. Now this by itself, this tube you're looking at here, is £9.95. You're also going to be getting your black perspex piece here, the whole lot today, £7.95. So to be honest, even if you didn't want the perspex, you may as well get this because it's discounted anyway. Just have a bit of perspex. It makes 0 sense whatsoever. There is no logic behind it. But there you go. This by itself is normally £9.95. You're going to get your perspex with it for just £7.95 today. And you get to create this completely bespoke, totally customised black butterfly cuff.
The nice thing about the butterfly cuffs is you don't necessarily have to go in with a butterfly. The black I can see just as the cuff itself, so just grabbing, like we've made, the cuff strip, studding that up.
The section at the back.
Yes, and then just wearing that as the cuff.
That is so true. They're massively fashionable.
Yeah, also everything's sort of studded, all the handbags, all the shoes are all studded at the moment. And it is about that extra glitz and glamour for Christmas. And it's a really, really quick and easy make as well.
Definitely. So all of this can be yours for just £7.95. There is a slight wait on the phone lines, and I'm not surprised at this deal. Blimey. And with Hannah's amazing ideas and these gorgeous cuffs, you're all wanting to get her home. There is approximately 2-minute wait on the phone lines, and we have 30 of this bundle left. So please get on the phone now if you're interested in getting this. Right, Hannah, I'm back to you.
So this for me is the most exciting part, because this is the moment when the designs go from something very flat and very 2D into a real life sort of sculpture piece, if you like. Now I'm just have to dip under the desk because my heat gun is just plugged in next to you.
No problem at all.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Is it going to stretch? Yes, it is. Okay. So obviously normal health and safety with heat guns and things like that, don't touch the perspex because the heat will travel through it. So what you want to do, you can grab a pair of gloves to work with this. I'm using just kitchen towels because I'm quite used to the heat of it. I think I used socks once because I couldn't find my gloves.
I love that.
Before, socks on your hands. Brilliant little technique.
I bet you looked really good answering the door.
Absolutely. Okay, so just like we would with your jewel enamel or anything like that, you want to apply heat to the section that you want to bend. Now, because we're bending the wings up, we want to apply surface heat to the piece directly centered to the strip in the middle. So we'll use low heat because it's not as loud, but it's probably going to take a little bit longer. You just want to central that. Ooh, I'm not going to be able to get that in shot. There we go. It's just about stretches. Might have to turn that up. Okay, so we've got 2 speeds on the heat gun, obviously low and your higher heat as well.
If you are looking at this and thinking, oh well, I love this design but I've not got a heat gun, do not worry, I've got a bundle coming up for you soon with this heat gun in it, so you can create this look with the heat gun I've got coming up soon.
Okay, so we're just applying, and you probably won't be able to pick it up on camera, but you see a slight surface tension change to the perspex as it's ready to bend. It shouldn't take long. I've not done it in the studio before, so I'm not sure how long it takes. But as you're making, it's a little bit cack-handed, so I apologise if I go out of shot. Should be able to pick that up still, yeah. There we go. Right, so I'm set up there. I've got my heat-resistant paper towel on one side, and I'm just applying heat to the centre. Now you have got a little bit of working time with the perspex itself, slipping all over the place. Obviously at home you'll be doing this towards you, so it's a lot easier than what it is here. But you just basically want to start, you see that bending? Yeah. I'm using one side of the table to create the bend, whilst I'm moving the other side. So I'm bending up the top. There we go. And I'll just remove the heat ever so slowly, and then grab both sides and bend, and you see that bends quite easily.
Yeah, it does.
Because you've really heated it, but it looks a bit messy, sorry. But we're just bending that in the middle. Now you have to hold it as it cools. As we said about the bangle, hold it in place, because as it's heated, Perspex has a memory, so what it will do is sort of sink back into a flat shape. So you want to just hold it as it cools. It is hot, obviously don't touch it with your bare fingers, but it's not burning hot, because I'm using little paper towels there. Obviously it's a lot easier if you've got gloves at home to use gloves.
But can you bend that as much as you want it, or does it get to a point where you feel, oh, it doesn't want to go any further?
You can bend it pretty much as far as you want. It depends how much you've heated it. You'll notice it's hard to get across on telly, but you'll notice it will give. As it starts to heat and you got to a point where you can heat it, you'll feel it just go. And it literally just goes. It doesn't, and then it suddenly does, which is quite nice.
A bit like whipped cream.
Exactly right. So, I mean, say that's a bit too closed. If you don't want it that closed, don't worry about it. All you need to do is apply your heat and let it sag just a little bit. Apply heat to the centre, and then you can push the wings out. And you can sort of play with it. You can bend the wing tips, you can adjust it however you want it to suit your design. But remember, as you heat it, it will retain that memory. So as you heat, it will go flatter. Put that to there. So that's better. It's not as folded up as it was before. And again, it's the same technique for your bangle. You can do it in the oven because you want a solid surface area, if you like, that's fully heated at the same temperature to create a really, really nice smooth cuff to it. And then once you've done that on your glass, so it's nice and round, apply heat to the top and bottom and just squish it ever so slightly to give you that nice oval bangle shape.
I see.
What we're doing at this stage then is you can then turn it over and you can adjust the wings if you want, perhaps say something that's a little bit more sculpted. Heat gun in, heating the Perspex itself, and it's always easier, rather than trying to bend it using fingers or anything like that, because it will be hot, use the table, use a resistance, and you see I'm heating it on a Teflon mat, so I'm not destroying anything table-wise. So just heat that through. What I'd always recommend, if you've never heated Perspex before, or plastic, practice first on a piece that is scrap. You see? So I'm pressing that against the table. I'm doing that towards me, apologies.
And it's just giving it that delicate little, like a butterfly flying, flapping its wings in motion almost,
Exactly
isn't it?
right, but you remember, you've got to keep it heated. And you see how that's bending through?
Yeah, I see.
We take the heat away.
And just keep it there.
Keep it there, keep it in that position. It doesn't matter if you wobble a bit. I'm a bit shaky today because we've all had the lurgy in the office.
Yeah, it's a beautiful gift for one and all.
Obviously, remembering that anything you do to the back will show on the front. So if you've applied stones to that area, just be mindful of those.
Okay. So we are just in single figures of this black with the wonderful scoop here of the spaces. We're just in single figures, so if you want them, please do get them now, because you're getting this for £9.95. It should be, but it's just £77.95 with your black Perspex. And whilst you're here, to create this look that Hannah's doing now, you've seen that she's been using the heat gun. It's the area that she used almost where the body of the butterfly is, but also for your wing tips. And you have a chance of owning this today, including the heat mat. So this is the 2 speeds, isn't it? 2
speeds, yeah, low
so it's
and
2
high.
speeds, low and high. With your heat gun, it's really simple. Just plug it in and the handle obviously pops out, so it's really good for storage, isn't it?
Perfect for storage.
Really small, easy to store. But you also have your mat here, which is heat resistant. So why is this important?
It's really important because it's protecting your work surface, and it's also reflecting back the heat. So anything you put on it is reflecting back the heat into the piece.
Great.
So rather than just burning it, it's keeping it constant, if you like. So it's a much better surface to work on. And it's not just used in this craft. You can use, obviously make your silver clay on it if you've got a nice finished piece. You can make your jewel enamel onto it. You can pour jewel enamel directly onto it as well. So it's something I use all the time. I've cut mine up. You can see mine's a bit bashed and battered. But I cut mine off into strips as well because I use mine in my melting pot.
I see.
To line my melting pot.
Yeah.
I also cut off little strips. If I want to do a quick piece and I want to go on to another piece whilst it's setting, cut off a little strip, use that little strip, and then go on to another piece as well.
So really versatile for lots of different jewellery-based techniques, but also you can just use it, customise it to however you need it. And it will protect your work surfaces. So perhaps you've been creating things on your dining room table, then you're fine to use this. It will not ruin it before Christmas. We do not need that, do we? Your price on this for the heat gun and your protective heat mat today, £24.90. It should be. That's what it's been. That's what you've been buying it at. But because we have the wonderful Hannah and these great designs, we want you the chance to give you the chance to own it at just £17.95 today. It should be almost 25. You're getting it today as a little Hannah discount, £17.95.
That's a really good price. I mean, places for heat gun alone would be more than that. So that's a really incredible price to come in and get that. It's the sort of thing I'd love to see in my Christmas stocking on Christmas morning.
Yeah, that would be the type of thing that put you off cooking, wouldn't it?
Because I've just got to play.
Kids move. I've got to create something with my heat gun.
Okay, so we'll just have a quick look at this because I've just curved the edge of that top wing there.
I really like
that detail. And it just gives more, like a little finish, like a flourish to your piece, if you like. You see, rather than, I don't know if that's easy to see because it's being white, but it's rather than just being straight and finished, you've got such a lovely edge to it. The interesting thing about heating your perspex, you can actually see it on the camera. Perspex is a high gloss finish anyway. But as soon as you heat it, it takes on this whole liquid-like look to the surface. You've got this beautiful surface shine and it's super, super glossy once you've heated it. Now, you can obviously change it about, bend the lower wings, do whatever you want to make it more butterfly-like. It's your piece, you design it how you want it. But we need to get to the point where we can then glue it onto your bangle. We've got to pretend now, we've got to use imagination. This is now curved.
I've got a good imagination, it's fine.
We've made a bangle out of it.
It's bangled. that is so curved,
Look
that
at
bangle.
that curve to it, it's amazing. Now, what we're doing, we don't want to stick glossy to glossy because we know it's just going to slip and slide all over the place. It's never going to stick in a million years. So we need to be a bit brutal with it.
Okay,
so we're going to grab one of our needle files, or in my case, my big half round file, and just score. And basically what you want to do is create an area, remembering this is underneath, you're not going to see this, so don't worry. Score away the top layer of that gloss. And take your time with this. You want a really, really good rough surface to the back. So you want to find your area. And again, it's all about testing it. Find your area. I know this area is going to sit flush against my curved bangle.
Okay,
because that's how it's going to sit on the curve. But obviously being a curve, there's only sort of a certain amount of space where it is going to sit.
Yes.
So again, this is where marker pens come into play, or if you just want to score the surface, so you know as you're lining it up, it sits perfectly. So we've really got to rough this up. This is not rough enough yet. You really want to really score it.
So you're not actually using the sandy section, are you?
I'm using the edge.
It
just
is
the edge.
the
Of it,
edge.
and it's literally just to score and take away that gloss finish. Okay, so we've done that to the butterfly, which did look quite brutal, but it's not, I promise. And then once we've offered it up and we know where it's going to sit, you then want to take just a section off. It might be easier if you use like a smaller side. And again, do the same to your bangle that we are imagining is curved at the moment. And you don't have to be too rough. As I said before, perspex is a really easy medium to mould and to use. You just want to create a really rough finish to it, rough texture, because glue is going to adhere both pieces of perspex much better if you've got a rough surface. At this point, we come in with our glue again, and we've got it to a point where it's nice and rough, and just a strip of the glue. This is the hyper cement. It's not sort of a fancy glue, it's hyper cement which we usually have in stock on the website, and then place it on. And the trick is, it should sit quite nicely. Now, let it set. Don't touch it, don't fiddle with it. Whatever the temptation is, don't touch it. 'Cause I'm the worst at that. I'm like, oh, I like it, but I just want to, and then you've lost the balance and it's gone and there's glue everywhere and it's a mess. So just pop it on and leave it. You know you've already marked it up, you know you've already scored it, you know it's going to sit there nicely. So just leave it. You can go in, if you've got them at home, little tiny little clamps, little C-clamps, just to clamp that in place. What you need to remember is, don't put it in a draft. You want the glue to set and you want it to set firm. If it sets and there's like a temperature variation, it can sort of do funny things to your glue. So if you're in a warm area, leave it in a warm area to set. Don't put it in a draft, okay?
Okay.
Once that is set, which it should be, it's not going to set in here because it's too hot and it's obviously not quite right, but there we go. Once it's set, you will have your finished bangle.
And how long would you say to set?
I would say leave it for as long as possible. I left mine actually overnight. I didn't touch it for a whole night because I just wanted to make sure that it was nice and secure, because you're gluing quite a large area and there are going to be certain areas where it's still glossy and things like that. So you just want to leave it be, and I just let it set overnight.
So leave it for as long as you can.
It should be set within an hour.
That's okay.
Within an hour it should be set.
Brilliant. So this is our finished design, this wonderful white bejeweled butterfly.
And of course you can go in, you can add as much detail or as little detail. I mean, wouldn't it look fantastic if you layered it up? If you made another little butterfly to sit in the centre of it, to make a really, really 3D look to it, you could do that, definitely.
And you could just glue it in the same way.
Glue it exactly the same way, just make a smaller template, cut it out, do everything exactly the same, glue it in the same way.
What a wonderful, wonderful idea. And we were saying earlier, this would be great as a headband.
Yes.
Almost a fascinator. And could you do that with the Perspex bangle?
Absolutely, yeah. You could just have to make it head-shaped.
Head-shaped.
What I'd suggest in that case is measure, we have tiara bands in stock, measure one of those, make a template from one of those and directly heat it. You'd have to find something to bend it around. I'm forever thinking, oh, that's a nice shape, I like that flourish, I like that design. I have loads of bottles and things at home that I can bend around to give different looks and different shapes to the Perspex itself.
How wonderful. Well, Hannah, thank you so, so much for showing us these. You've had that, what a great example of what you can do with this. And don't forget, we have still got, have we still got into some of both colourways? We are in single figures on each of these colourways, so if you are interested in getting them, then please do treat yourself now. Now, Hannah, what have we got coming up later?
We have got some jewel enamel to show you later in a big long line necklace, and if you want a sneaky peek at what my next designer inspiration is going to be, let's just say the word display. Hopefully.
I know what it means.
Yeah, so
I know, exciting.
basically watch this technique back. Practice at home. If you're worried about going in and practicing straight away on your beautiful butterfly that you've cut and scored, practice on some scrap Perspex first, or your bending techniques, because they'll come in very, very handy for a couple of weeks' time when we show you how to possibly.
She told me what it was this morning. I had a little sneaky preview, and it is something that you will really want to create at home.
Definitely want to create at home.
It's
yeah.
something very, very special. Now, if you do have any questions for Hannah, you know she is a jack of all trades. You know it all, don't you?
I wish I did.
You do. You do, Hannah. If you do want to text us in, start your text with JM Studio, one word, leave a space before your message, and then text it into 60777, and I'm sure Hannah will be able to answer any of your questions you might have about this technique or about anything else. Thanks, Hannah.
Thank you. That was good.
Let's head on over here to get a bit fanatical about findings. Thanks very much, Hannah.
Thank you.
Have you got a challenge?
I haven't yet, no.
No, not yet.
No challenge.
How would you like me to give it to you now?
Go on, man.
How do you feel about working with some faceted blue quartz, some plain round blue quartz, and some of these blue pearls?
I think I would like that very much, because that would go beautifully with my second designer inspiration.
You're so right, it would. Okay, you can have these ones. Would you like to take them now?
Thank you.
Come on.
Thanks.
That's all right. So that's Hannah's challenge. That means that we'll be going over to her right near the end of the show to have a little look what she's managed to create with those. And don't forget, for those three, it was just £7.95. It was meant to be, how much? It was it was £14.85 it was, but now for you today it's just £7.95. We'll have a little look at what Hannah's created with those later. Now, we are getting fanatical about findings. Where are we starting? I've got for you some toggle clasps. Thanks, Scott. I just had a pair of tweezers flying for me. Now, we've got here 3 pairs of your toggle clasps. And this colour is actually quite unusual to see a toggle clasps in. How would we describe this colour? It's described as rose gold, but it's, to me, slightly more delicate than you might expect. Now, these are 925 sterling silver, and you'll recognise the toggle clasp. I'm showing you now the T-bar that has the little eye hole in there, so you can thread through your bracelet or your necklace design through this hole. And you also have here your toggle clasp circle, which really simply pops through the anchor just to keep your piece nicely together. Now, these are very versatile. The fact they are a toggle clasp, you don't just have to use them as a fastening. You can use them as cufflinks, you can work them as a centerpiece design if you just use the wonderful T-bar, perhaps especially if you're working with a lot of whites and blues and nautical colours, that little T-bar just giving you the idea of an anchor there as a centerpiece. Now, in these you are getting 3 different pairs, so you're getting 6 pieces in total. Your price on these for 925 sterling silver, £8.95 for 3 of these. But Scott's just said he's going to be a little bit cheeky. What are you going to do? Okay, we're going to do you a little deal on these, because you've been loving what Hannah's created, and actually Hannah's got a design on later on, the piece I was telling you about that's really long and swooped around. She's used a toggle clasp for that, so get these now so you can create that look for just £6.95. Should be £8.95. We're giving you a bonanza deal. If you haven't opened your basket yet, you may as well for that, hadn't you? Because you've got the saving there, you're pretty much, if you imagine it like this, you're going to get your postage and packaging for nothing really. £2.95, don't forget, for the whole day. So get your basket open on these, and then everything else you get today, you don't have to pay another postage and packaging, no matter how many goodies you get from us. £6.95 for those 3 toggle clasps. And like I say, honestly, what Hannah's created that we'll be showing later on, she's used these, and it is standout piece. I was playing with it for ages, wasn't I, Hannah? Oh, it could be a bell, or it could be a bracelet. I was trying to do everything. Are we going for this matrix? Wow. Now, we've brought quite a few matrices to you recently, haven't we? But this one's slightly different. We're not looking at gemstones in this. We are looking at your findings pack. Have a little look at this for me. These are in your rose gold colours, and you have in here 8 different findings. You've got your shepherd's hooks, you've got your jump rings, your lobster claw clasps, lots of little delicate toggle clasps in here. You've got your crimp bead covers, you've got your bolt rings, and you've got, by the looks of things, 2 different chains, but I'll get these out for you to have a little look. Now, the wonderful thing about having your findings in this way is that, you know, you're not going to get them confused with anything else. They're nice and neat and easy to store, but it's also wonderful because you're getting a lot but in the same colour tone. These are the 2 types of chains that you'll be getting in the kit. This one I'd describe as your waved oval, and this one is so delicate, really delicate, very small ovals here. So you're getting in this 2 very different types of chain. This is 106 pieces you're going to be getting in here, including all of the toggle clasps and your shepherd's hooks. Just, if I work out how many of these lobster claw clasps, your lobster claw clasp you're getting in here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 it looks like to me. You're getting 10 of those, you're getting plenty of your shepherd's hooks. Your price on this for 106 pieces of the rose gold is £9.95 to get all of these in this wonderful little storage box. You're getting so much in here, including those 2 different types of chains. If you think about our findings packs, as a rule, we'll just give you 1 type of chain. However, in this you're going to get 2 of those different chains, and there's a big variation, there really is. And these shepherd tucks that you're getting I love, because if you have a look at them, oh, they're all attaching to their friends. If you have a look at them for me, they've got on here the little gizmo. You see this wonderful little designer piece here of this wonderful gizmoed coil. That very simply means that it's saving you a job at home, really. It's giving you a little design feature with minimal effort. It's already done for you. It's done for you there. And it's those little things that you do notice when you look at people's earrings, isn't it? You notice the little lovely details. So all of this, yours today for just £9.95. Now, we have had half the stock on this allocated, so if you want it, you need to get on the phones now so you don't miss out. Now, we've had toggle clasps and everything so far, and I like that. Let's give you a wealth of toggle clasps now. So if you're getting ready for your craft fairs, if you're perhaps doing a wedding and you're going to think of creating individual pieces as favours, as opposed to maybe the usual, you might get a sweets night in you or little bonbons, little goodies. Why not create your own favours just using these real simple toggle clasps? Now, we're getting in here 100 pairs of these. I've only got a few of the T-bars out because otherwise it'll take me forever to get them back in. But we've got in here 100 pieces, but that is 100 pairs essentially, because you'll be getting 100 T-bars and 100 of your circular loops. So if you've got craft fairs coming up and you're thinking that you know your pieces are going to be popular, you love what you've made and you hope others will love them, make sure you're getting this now so that when you do sell out, touch wood, fingers crossed, when you do sell out, it's fine, because even right there at your store you can whip up loads more with these simple pieces. And also great if perhaps you've created some pieces with lobster claw clasp, but then maybe you get a customer who has problems with their hands, maybe it's a little bit fiddly, or maybe it's a younger customer. Not a problem. You can really simply pop off your lobster clasp or whatever it is and swap it for this very simple toggle clasp. Your price was £19.95, but it's not now. It was £19.95, but we're going to a very low. I like this price slashing. £19.95 down to £14.95 for 100 pieces. Look at the stash you're getting in here. Think of the ease this is going to give you. Think of how many pieces you can create with this. Well, 100. There you are. You can create 100. £14.95. Join me after the break if you are fanatical about findings, because I'm going to have this and a whole lot more for you coming up after this.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Tune into Jewellery Maker every day at 5 p.m. for our Miss It, Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low, low prices. The Miss It Miss Out show, only on Jewellery Maker.
Join us on Jewellery Maker as we count down the days until Christmas. Stay tuned to see perfect Christmas gifts for all your friends and family at prices you won't believe. And what's more, anything you buy can be refunded or exchanged until the 31st of January. So for hassle-free shopping and great value, it has to be Jewellery Maker.
This year, Jewellery Maker will be live 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. Oh, come on, guys. You can't get out of working Christmas Day. Ed's excited. Oh, look at him. What a guy. No turkeys were harmed in the making of this video.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining me today. I'm Becky, and squirreling away in the corner is Hannah Roxbury.
Hi.
What are you up to at the moment?
Making earrings actually at the moment.
Ooh, are those the pearls? Oh,
So nice.
so good, aren't they? We have got coming up for you really shortly another of her fantastic demos. But before that, let's get fanatical about findings. We're going to start off with you today with this wealth, this stash of your shepherd's hooks. If you are the type of person who is doing craft fairs or perhaps thinking of doing craft fairs, my tip to you would definitely be buy in bulk. Buy plenty, because the worst thing that can happen is you have all these wonderful designs that people absolutely adore and love, but then perhaps you run out of little things like your shepherd's hooks, little silly things that you don't really think about sometimes. Make sure you're going to be getting these 100 pairs of your antiques bronze shepherd's hooks. Look at this little pyramid of shepherd's hooks I've got for you today. Now, these shepherd's hooks, as you can see, have got this wonderful little coil on, this delicate feature which just adds a little bit of texture and a little bit of a focal point to your earring. If you are new to jewellery making and perhaps you haven't really touched upon it before, even you'll understand what this shepherd hook is. Very simply, your eye hole at the bottom, you can pop through there your wire or your beading thread or perhaps a head pin and eye pin. Very simply create a drop just by looping it back off, and there you have a simple but stunning pair of earrings. Your price for 100 pairs of these today, stock up for just £4.95 for 100 of these. We shouldn't really be doing that price at all. Hannah's just looked at the price and started angrily shaking her head. Don't do it, don't do it.
Too late now, isn't it?
It's too late. That's why we snuck it on now so she couldn't say anything. £4.95 for 100 pairs. So you're looking at pennies for a pair. And how many of these are you going to be able to sell, and how much are you going to be able to sell them on for? Definitely not just a few pennies. Now we have got 30% of my stock has gone on these now, because I know you guys at home, you're all getting ready, aren't you, to finish off your fairs, or maybe you've got some New Year fairs coming up and you know that you need a stash, you know you need to stock up. So do it now at that very naughty price of just £4.95. Okay, now we've got for you These are high shine. These are so shiny and so eye-catching and bright that my guess would be these are my 925s. They definitely are. Now I've got them out, you can see 925 straight away, can't you? Because it's that high sheen, that eye-catching shimmer that you get from each individual one. Now the colour is working brilliantly with these in this wonderful golden tones, just highlighting that shine. Now you're working with something that's going to capture the eye and also set off any of your gemstones, any of your pieces. Even if you're going to be working with a clear gemstone, because of the high shine of these 925 gold-plated spacer balls, you're going to be able to have that colour almost cascading through your clear gemstones. But of course it's gold, it's going to work with so much. I could tell instantly that this was 925 because of that high shine that you just can't get from anything else. 40 pieces you're going to be getting of these 4mm balls. Your price was £8.95. But today we're going to £5.95. Hannah's face is turning sour over there.
I really can't, because I have and what we call an essential findings catalogue, which I work to, which I have to order in on a monthly basis and then top up, because you guys just price slash them all. Price slash them all.
We're mischievous little minions. Should be £8.95, but for you today, £5.95. That means that you have got a £3 saving, which is your postage and packaging, isn't it? So you're getting the saving on this is your postage and packaging. So think of it, you've bought this item, it's like you're getting your postage and packaging free, because this should be £8.95. So open up your basket with this today. I love 925 because you can just see straight away how shiny that gloss and that luxury just powering through. There is no denying it's 925, is there? It's just this wonderful high sheen. And this gold is such a lovely warming tone, and it's constantly fashionable, isn't it? Are we going for the box? Oh, I love these boxes. I love these boxes because you're getting variety, you're getting versatility, and you're getting a wealth of projects just by looking at this. It sparks so many ideas for me. This is your stasher box with your golden coloured everythings, really. You're getting spaces in here, you're getting beading caps, you're getting some rondelles, you're getting, to me, feature pieces in here. I'll get a few of them out for you now to have a little look at. Now you're going to be getting 20 separate things in here, but obviously you're getting more than just one of each. You're going to be getting around 5 of some, but you'll even get more of others. I want to show you which ones are my favourite at the moment. Okay, these are almost, to me, these are your bead caps, but these, to me, they look a little bit like the top of your baubles. Have a look at these. You'll be getting 5 of these in the pack, and these are your beading caps. Aren't they like the tops of little baubles? You could always make a little pair of bauble earrings with these if you get a brightly coloured circular gem there and just pop it through the centre, because this is a centre hole. You've got yourself a little bauble earring there. So you're going to be getting 5 of these, but there's loads of beading cap shapes. I've got star shapes, I've got cupcake shapes almost. They've got this almost melting icing effect. You've got delicate flowers. You've got, I love these. I show these because I love them. You've even got your little charms in this pack. Look at these delicate butterfly charms that you get. That is so delicate and sweet, and it's got a large hole in it too. So even if you're working with your 1mm wire, you can still make that completely workable with these wonderful charms. You're getting 5 of those also, but you're getting so much. Look at these. Look at these. These are your swerved squares, I'd describe them as. And these you can use as centerpieces, these you can use as a spacer, but aren't they wonderful? Look at how that catches the light, and it's got this effect on it that just fans the light around in these interesting directions. But you've also got the swirl, just adding a bit of texture to your pieces. You're getting 5 of these also. Now you can see on screen £19.95, which, think about it, for 20 pots, you're paying £1 a pot, and that's it. But we're not going to stay there. We're going to go lower than that. Hannah, I can always feel her eyes burning into me at this point.
Oh, not the findings.
We're going to, it's just said 1995 again. It can't go any lower. I'm sorry. Because Hannah's so angry right now. We are going lower on this today. From 1995, just today, £14.95 we're going to on this for you today. Oh no, not that. No, we're not. Are we? Wait, what's the price?
That's not good.
No, it was actually a mistake.
I thought it probably was.
Scott's done that as a mistake. We were going down to £14.95. We've got a new controller, it went wrong. He's going, it wasn't me, it just happened. I'm so sorry. You've got to deal with it now. You've got this for £10 less than it's meant to be. Buy these now, because unless you grab it now, you're not going to get it at this price again. This is a genuine mistake. This £10 saving, 100% genuine mistake. He was going to take it to £14.95. Scott's laughing. He said, if I don't laugh, I will cry, because he's done this at a half price deal today. Buy it, get another one free. Buy two, it's buy one, get one free then, because they are flying out. This is a genuine mistake. You're going to be getting £10 off this. He's taken the graphics off. He's like, move on, move on. I can't cope anymore. This should be £19.95. You're getting £10 off. Buy two. Buy one, get one free at that price, isn't it? He says he doesn't want a price slash anymore after that. Complete mistake. Where are we heading to? Not a problem. Oh, he's still cursing himself in the gallery. I can't believe I've just done that for half price by accident. He'd have been all right if he'd done it on purpose. He'd have felt proud, but now he just feels very silly. Have a look at these for me, because very rarely do we see 925 sterling silver in these delicate cord endings. You really can tell this is sterling silver. That high sheen, that high gloss, that luxurious cascading effect from these lights in the studio, just highlighting these. Now, cord ends are very simple. The piece I was holding in my tweezers before it so sneakily escaped. The piece I'm holding in my tweezers is the cord end section. Very simply, whatever you're working with, if you've been working with beading thread or perhaps your cord of any type, you simply close these two sections at the side and it holds it nicely in. This is then attached to your lobster claw clasp, which is then attached to your extender chain, meaning that you can create two looks with this. You can create a shorter look or give it more of a deep curve if you've got a necklace, if that's what you choose. And then at the other end of the chain is, of course, your other cord ending, just to give you a final loop. Now, you're getting in here 3 of these 925 gold-plated sterling silver cord ends. These are your 4mm sections, so you're going to be able to get a wealth of goodies and a wealth of cords in this cord ending at the top here. Your price on these for 3 pieces, £7.95, did you just say, or 8? He said 7. £7.95. I say 8 because when we discussed it before, he said it was going to be 8. But £7.95 for 3 of these extendable cord ends for you today. And they're so versatile, they're so usable. Even if you are new to jewellery making, you know sometimes when you finish something off, perhaps with your cord, and you kind of just knot it and think, oh, that doesn't look great. That can kind of make the difference between a nice piece and an exceptional piece, can't it? So these, you simply close it in, clasp it in, it gives you a professional finish, but with great ease. Are we going for a scoop? Scoop? There it is. Oh, hello, Hannah. We could actually interchange these, couldn't we?
Oh, we could. Yeah. Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Ooh.
A whole other dimension to the same design. Love it.
I like that a lot. Now, you saw earlier we were using similar ones to this with Hannah's butterfly design, but these ones have got a completely different look about them. The texture they've got looks like they've been dusted in glitter. but they have not. The way these are created is with the tip of a diamond just slightly graveling into them, giving them this high glitter, seductive sparkle effect. In here, you are going to get an absolute stash. You're getting gold, a cooling silver, and then this rose gold colour at the end here. Now, if this is a stash, and you know what it's like, when I get these out, I can never get them back in. So I daren't do it today, because I can already see there's no movement in this at all. If I get them out, they won't go back in. Your price for these 6mm spacer balls today, £8.95. £8.95, and use these in that design we saw earlier with Hannah. Use these in that black one, because these are slightly larger. You'll be getting a more dramatic effect, won't you?
Yeah, you could really go to town and really layer up. If you got both, imagine them sort of a big one with little ones around it, like a little flower design on the petals, or the what am I trying to say, wings themselves. It'd be really cool.
Really good idea. So get these today for just £8.95. That is ICAZ 64 for just £8.95 for you today. Give a little bit of a different feel to your butterflies. Sticking on that theme, look at those golden tones that you're working with those spacer beads you've just got. Keeping on that tone, let's step it up a little bit of a gear. Very much with what you're seeing now, we're keeping that same colour and keeping a texture, but in a completely different format. With these wonderful, they look like to me little Christmas wreaths that we've got with these knotted spacer effects here. They are so delicate, and these are your 925 double twist spacers. These are 7mm, and you're going to be getting 10 of these today. Have a look at them for me, and you'll see what I mean by this Christmas wreath effects that you get. Aren't they wonderful? They've got this texture and they've got this feel, and although they're described as spacers, do not feel at all that that's what you have to use them for. What would you think of using these for, Hannah?
Do you know what I'd actually do? I would use those in the same studded bangle design and then inset a gem to the centre of them. So you've almost got, like you say, a wreath around gemstone.
Good idea.
I like that look. I think that looks fab.
Oh, definitely. Oh, I really like that. And you could, of course, strand them in a way of beading thread looping through either sides, almost creating an eye effect, but that means you're going to get the whole look, not just the size if you were to use them as a spacer. Now, this is 925 we're working with here, and that means that it's the highest of quality. Your price on these for 10, £7.95 for 10 of these. And because they are so intricate and interesting to look at with the 925, don't just use them as spacers. You can, if you want to, use them to highlight maybe your big gemstones, but do feel free to make a feature of those, because they're so beautiful and so intricate and so delicate, working with your 925 for just £7.95. We're going to step away from the findings for a moment. And can I bring to you something that got a little bit of, someone got a little heart throbby over this when they named it. Who named this, I wonder? It's called the White Crush. Oh. And you're going to have a bit of a crush on it as well when you see these. We're working with 4 strands here, all in these winter tones, this purest of white. We've got here some howlites. We've also got these white natural pearls. We've got your clear quartz in these ice cube shapes. And you have this wonderful quartzite strand. we've got so much going on in here, but very much sticking to the same tone. Now, Hannah, would you think of using these in one piece?
Yeah, do you know what? I probably would, only because that instantly says winter wedding to me. So you could make for your bride, for your bridesmaids, the whole wedding party. You've got so many strands there to work with, and those drops especially, amazing tiara pieces.
Oh,
Just
completely
so
agree
pretty.
with that.
You've got a lot of sparkle. I'm standing on the other side of the room, and even though they're white, so you wouldn't imagine you get sort of a really, really big sparkle, you are. It's like ice, it's beautiful.
It is, it's eye-catching, isn't it? And very winter wonderland, very festive, but in a classical way, without being completely over the top. It's just this subtlety and this winter feeling. For your white crush today, you're going to crush over the price. 4 strands, £21.60 should be your price. But we're going to less than 15. Your price today, not £21.95, just £14.95 for these 4 strands. And don't forget, you've got howlite in here. You've got 230 carats in these large graduated rounds, and look at how chunky they get. These are statement pieces in the centre we're talking about. You've also got your quartzite, which is 160 carats, in these wonderful fancy drops, top drilled, so they're so workable. We've also got your pearls, and not often is it that you'll see these white pearls in a bundle like this, so a real treat for you today. And you're getting these ice cube effect crackled clear quartz. Should be £21.95 for you today, just £14.95. I have got 50% of my stock gone, because you know what a great price. You know that's a great price, and you know that these are so wintry and cool and in fashion right now. So bridal, this bundle, because you're working just with these whites. But you've got the very ladylike, elegant pearls going to these chunky statement howlite. It's kind of a unisex bundle, this, it really is, but sticking with those white tones. £14.95 for you today. Now, we got fanatical about findings. We're going to take a break on that now, because a lot of those findings that we had, they were £95, weren't they? Very luxurious. So if you've got those, this is going to be the time for you. Mix your luxurious 95 with your luxurious strands. Where are we heading to? I'm so excited about this bit, so excited. Okay. Oh, there's 2 things in this. Oh wait, okay, it's the box. It makes me really happy. I just sort of cooed over these like they were a child. You are getting here your matrix, and these, look at the colours we're working with in here. Now, if you haven't seen our matrices before, very simply what they are is our highest of high quality. So you know we have gems of distinction, which are the highest quality of gemstones. We specifically go and search for these gems and try and find the best quality that is available out there to pass on to you. Now, the matrix is slightly different to a strand, because obviously on a strand you're getting them stranded, but with these you get this box to keep things nice, neat and tidy, but you're also getting more versatility than you could on a strand, because you're working with so many different types on here. Now, these are your violet colours, and we've got lots of different gemstones in here. Look at these. I'm going to get a couple out if that's all right, because I just want to show you them. I'll tell you what they are all first, but I just want to give you the opportunity to look at each individual one. I'm showing you the peridot here now, and this is your, look at how vibrant this is. That is, if I show you it possibly on the whites, on the black, no, the black's not showing it off. Need to get the colour pop. You can see it better on the white. Look at this limest, brightest of green in the peridot. You've also got some citrine in here, as you can see, next to this. You've got your purple. Look at this delicate, almost lavender amethyst you're getting in here. You've got in here 4 different types of topaz. How often do you see that? You've got this wonderful pink topaz. You've got this white, the clear white topaz here. And then you've got your blue mystic blue, and then you've got this most vibrant, almost sky blue topaz. All of this today can be yours. Now, this is high quality. This is our Gems of Distinction strands, but the difference is we're giving you the quality, but giving you the versatility to work with so many different stones, but still at that high-end quality. Sometimes, if you're new to jewellery making, or perhaps you're new to working with the very high-grade gemstones, you're not totally sure what route you want to go down. With this, you're getting the quality, but you're getting the versatility more so than you could from buying one strand. Generally, when we strand, we just have one type. We might just have your topaz, even if you're getting the multicolored. We might just have your amethyst. But with this, you're getting a true mixture at that luxury end. Your price for this versatile £37.95 for this high quality, dramatic. You're getting topaz in here in 4 different shades. You couldn't get that. You couldn't get that with anything else. You're getting this wonderful peridot. Look at the pops. Look at the brightness. Look at these citrus zesty bursts. You are making a decision here to work with your high end. You're making the decision that, you know what? You are great at creating pieces. You are great at making wonderful jewellery, but you're making the decision at heightening your quality. You're making the decision to give yourself that luxury. Give your designs a boost with this luxury selection. £37.95, and look at all the colours just spinning behind me. This slide just shows off that versatility you're getting here. Now we are sticking with your luxurious strands, and this one is a strand for you here. Now think of all of the colours that make you think calming, make you think relaxing. Pretty sure you're going to be thinking of the blues and green pastel colours, aren't you? That's exactly what you're getting in this strand. You're getting here your pops of these blue. You're getting these light lime-like delicate tones here. This is multicoloured beryl, and the wonderful thing with this strand is you're working with a variety of tones, all from the beryl family. If you're trying to work with a colour theme, if you're trying to work with just light blues, your delicate greens, then this will be the strand for you, because sometimes we can work with a lot of blues together, but blues can sometimes be quite overpowering, can't they? In this, you're working with these relaxing looks, these relaxing tones, but they're all just giving you a splash of colour without being too in your face. Now we are in our luxury time, and this is a luxurious strand, because when I'm looking at these, I can see in every single one this work that's gone into it, and the work is what's highlighting the colour to you. That's why you can see in here all these different shades that we're working with. We're working with delicate, relaxing and tranquil shades of this wonderful beryl. Your price for these should be £12.95, should be. And don't forget, this is a luxury strand, so £12.95 is a good price, but we're going to make it great. £8.95 for beryl. Hannah has literally just mouthed for beryl at me and then put her head down and continued making jewellery.
It's these kind of strands that you always need in your stash. 9 times out of 10, you forget someone's birthday. If you're like me, you've forgotten someone's birthday. And you think, oh goodness, I need to make something personal, I need to make up for it, I need to make something unique for this person. So I always have to have birthstones in my collection. And there you've got such a beautiful collection of birthstones. You've got your aquamarines, you've got a few little emerald hints in there as well. It's just the needed strand.
At £8.95. We're annoying Anna Oxbury today. She's going to have to get buying when she finishes this because we're going selling out of everything. £8.95 for that for you today. Now we've had your relaxing tones. Now think an appealing, zesty colours, and that's what we're looking at in this citrine. Now citrine is a truly special and wonderful gemstone because it's the way this colour is created by Mother Nature is simply the heating process. Sometimes with citrine you will get it purple at the top, and you'll get it orange at the bottom. You can get this banding. In this, we're working with the more appealing, zesty tones of your citrine. Now, citrine is very simply heated to give it this bright burst of colour. So citrine as itself is something very unusual. Obviously, it's a purple tone naturally. It's the amethyst, but by heating it up, we're getting something that Mother Nature taught us. We wouldn't have realised otherwise, if it weren't for Mother Nature doing it naturally, that that was a possibility. So you're able to get this burst of colour, this brightness, this lightness. Think satsumas, these festive satsumas. At Christingle you get satsumas, don't you, with all the sweets popping around them. How wonderful to be able to work with these tones that's very festive at the moment, but with such a precious gemstone. This strand is normally £14.95, which for this strand, getting this wealth of colour and this richness is a great price. But we're going to be a bit mischievous today because we like to see Hannah Oxbury squirm. Your price, not £14.95. We're going to go to £9.95. She's shaking her head, she's angry. Don't look at her directly in the eyes. £9.95. It should be £14.95 and has been, and you've loved it at that price. But this special strand, we're in our luxury time and we want to give you luxury for less. And that's completely what you're getting with this strand. Just £9.95 for these laser cut medium nuggets of your citrine. So zesty, so appealing. What a wonderful little burst of colour. Did you say amethyst to me? Oh, wow. Now, when we talk about amethyst, we know that kind of, obviously beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but as a general rule with amethyst, the more opaque, the deeper, the richer the saturation, the more luxurious. Now we get that a lot with the deep royal tones, but in this strand you're getting something special. You're getting that luxurious opaque tone and that deep saturation of colour, but in all of the colours you can possibly want from amethyst. We've got your deep, most royal of purples here, right next to this lavender colour, but you're working with purely opaque, which in the amethyst world, if you ask experts, a lot of the time they'll say to you when it comes to amethyst, the deeper the saturation, the more opaque, the better. The more luxurious the strand. But you're not just getting those stereotypical royal tones, you're getting your lilacs, you're getting your very delicate pale purples. Now, this is 120 carats of these top drilled, and please look for me at the length of this strand. Look at how many you're getting on this strand. And whilst you're looking along it, have a look at the different colours you're getting. Can you see? They're all, for me, completely opaque, meaning luxury just by looking at them. It's unusual you will get a totally opaque lilac colour. It's very unusual. And that shows how luxurious this strand is. Your price for UN GP14 is £10.95. I love this strand. I want this strand now I've just seen the price. February's birthstone. And it's just an amazing example, a truly eye-catching example of these opaque, richest, most it's just, I'm a bit spellbound at £10.95. Honestly. When you get this home, you will understand what I mean. And if you've got other strands of amethyst at home, compare them and you'll understand what I mean when I say how unusual and special this opaque strand of your amethyst is with this multitude of glistening colours. Now I'm getting overawed with all the luxury now. You've got your luxury 925, you've got your luxury strand. So now let's give you the chance to create your pieces with this tool bundle. Now the price on this is special. So if you need tools, as soon as the graphics come up, if you like what you see, get on the phones because we're doing something special. In this bundle, you're going to get 5 of our high quality tools. Here you've got your Comfort Grip round nose pliers. Comfort Grip, very simply, if you look at the handle, you'll be able to see they're a little bit chunkier, a little bit larger than the normal ones you'll get in our kit, meaning you've got that comfort there. These are your round nose pliers. You also have your Comfort Grip chain nose pliers. As well as this, you're going to get the side cutting pliers, all of these with the Comfort Grip. You're also going to get these nylon jaw pliers. Now I know our guest designers use these a lot. It's very simple for if you've maybe got a bit of a kink in your wire, you can simply run these across and it straightens them out without taking off any of the shine or getting little nicks in your designs. Professional finish, but I know it's used a lot because every guest designer who has these, they're always dented. They've had them so long that they pull the wire through the pliers and they always say, oh, I need a new pair of those. Because they get used so much. You're also going to be getting here your crimp pliers. Now, if you are working with 925 sterling silver or any crimps that you perhaps enjoy the colour of or you just like the way they look, these are fantastic because it means that you can crimp your crimps down but keep that wonderful cylindrical shape. You can keep the shape there without having to think, oh no, I better get a spacer cover. I better get a crimp bead cover to cover up my messy little bit there. You don't need to with these because it'll hold in all of your beading threads, all of your cords, whatever you need, but it will give you that finish. If you're interested in doing the floating gem design, I know it's really fashionable at the moment. You get these floating gems on your beading thread or whatever your medium. You can use this with your crimp, which is how it floats, but give it this look that it doesn't look like it's just been crimped there to keep it there. It looks like part of the design that keeps it professional but elegant finish. You're getting all 5 of these. I told you there'd be a deal, and there is. 5 of these today, £24.75 if you were to buy them individually. But how about if we take it down to the price of our large toolkit for these higher quality tools, £14.95. All of these are your Comfort Grip. All of these are your high end jewellery tools. $14.95. That's the same price as our large toolkit, but you're getting the comfort grip. You're getting different tools here that you wouldn't get in that either for just $14.95. Now, I know jewellery makers, guys out there, you may have a set of tools already, but everybody does need more tools. That's not just me saying it to you so you buy this, it's genuinely not. Every single time I'm on this show and I have a guest designers, you will always see them at a piece with 2 pliers, they'll do a round nose on something while holding it with something else. It is one of those things that your tools can make or break your pieces, and you're working with here the comfort grip, which if you're new to jewellery making, you might think, I don't really understand the need for that. Very simply, if you're creating lots and lots of jewellery, no matter how easy or how dexterous your hands are, after a while they will start to ache, they will start to hurt with the smaller handles. But with these, you do not have that issue at all. You will be able to go much longer and create much more pieces because they've got this durable, slightly squidge handle that just makes it so comfy to work with. And if you have got dexterity problems, then these are going to be the ones for you also, because they're not small and fiddly, they're easy to get hold of and they're easy to use. You're getting 5 here for just $14.95. Should be over £21. Not today. $14.95 for your 5 exceptional tools. You're getting all of those. Now, we're down to our last 10. We're back to luxury for less. I'm excited. I can't wait. What am I doing? That is so special. Now, garnet, this garnet is the gemstone that is said to show your true self. Now, I read that the other day and it reminded me of a story. Now, the thing is with garnet, it's known for its properties of being the gem to help you show your true self. And a story that I was told many times when I was younger, there was a man who was out hunting. He was on a quest for his father. And whilst he was walking around the forest, he got caught up in a howling storm. It was foggy, it was misty. He was completely lost and tried to find his way home. Shining in front of him, he saw a gate that was completely bejewelled in these colours of garnets, in this deepest, darkest rouge colour. He went towards it, and as he came close, he noticed this very run-down castle in the background. He walked through, and opening the door, there was a cat on all 4s. Hannah likes this. I mentioned a cat. She loves a good cat. A cat was standing up on his hind legs, opened the door for him. He walked through and these cats mewed around him, and he walked speaking to them. They all spoke to him, welcoming him in. There was one cat who in particular stood out, who had a large ruff around her neck. They sparked up a relationship and started talking, and he just found her so mystifying and so interesting that he eventually fell in love with her. He returned time after time, always following this garnet gate that shone through into the background. The cat asked him after a few visits whether or not he loved her. He said that he did, and the cat from completely nowhere said, "If you truly love me, you will cut off my head." Okay, I know it's taken a turn for the worse. It's taken a turn for the worse. I got told this as a child. So the man, without even thinking, put complete faith in her, told her that he loved him and cut off the cat's head. He began to cry so much, and all of a sudden he heard a smashing in the background, and garnet spewed from the ceilings. It came from all of the carpets, this red coloured garnet. And as he looked around to see this garnet flashing and sparkling in every direction, he turned back to the cat and lay there completely fine, was a beautiful princess. The point of the story is that garnet is said to show your true self, and this garnet was showing that this cat had been put under a curse and was able to become this wonderful princess showing the true self. That's the story behind garnet. That's why people and people who believe in healing and the qualities of garnet, it's said to show your true self. So if you know anyone who perhaps they're in a new job, maybe they need a little bit of confidence, perhaps they're not totally sure where they're going at the moment and they need to just have a boost to be themselves, then this is the stone for them at just £17.95. Show your true self. Give yourself the opportunity. We are down to the last 10 in stock of these. Give someone the confidence to be their true self. Show someone's inner beauty with this wonderful strand of £17.95 garnet. I love the way these ones are cut. So we were working with the faceted garnet there that said to show your true self. Why not incorporate the idea of true self and true love with this amethyst strand? This shape is so unusual. It's wonderful in these drop shapes, but as you can see, they're flattened along the side. So you really are getting this teardrop-like shape with this wonderful amethyst. This is a graduated strand, which means that you can use this center drop that you can see here just as a drop pendant, but then really simply and very classically use the one smaller at the end to create a wonderful earring-like effect. Strand these as is, because what you can see in between is these small spaces. These are metal spaces, so you can incorporate these into your design or just take them off and use it with something else. You're getting a little something extra on this strand with those wonderful silver coloured metal spacer beads. Your price on this 18 centimetre strand today is £12.95. And haven't these got wonderful delicate hues? But just look at the shape we're working with. Create something classic with these pieces. This strand is so, it's eye-catching to me. Because these colours and these tones are so in, because obviously it's autumn, but also they're just very fashionable at the moment anyway, because they're in vogue, they're in style. If you walk onto the high street, you'll see a lot of these tones used. They've got a lot of those stretchy dresses in at the moment, haven't they? That have these wonderful almost stained glass window effects on them. And a lot of these tones are used in there as kind of the main focal point section of those dresses. Now this is your peach moonstone, and the wonderful thing with peach moonstone is, although you're working with these tones, when they do catch the light, you get this lunar-like effect on each of them. You get this little high shine, lunar-like effect on each individual, but you're still working with these truly autumnal, truly fashionable, ever so popular neutral tones. Your price on these today is only £7.95, did you say? £7.95 on these for you today for this 22 centimetre strand. So in vogue, so in fashion, but because it's moonstone, you do get these little bursts. Again, at home you don't get it as much as I am to the natural eye, but you're getting these little bursts, this luminosity almost sparkling through each individual one, whilst you're still working with these lovely neutral autumnal tones. All of that for just £7.95. This truly is luxury for less, isn't it? What a lovely selection of colours. We are down to our last 5 of this, so please do get on the phones if you're interested, because I do not want you to miss out. People say diamonds are a best friend. I'm starting to think it's pearls, because whenever I talk to people about pearls, they kind of get captivated. They get this gloss over their faces like, oh yes, pearls. What do pearls say to you, Hannah?
They're just so elegant. The beautiful lustre that pearls give go with everything. If you've got a little black dress to a party, the finishing piece is definitely a strand of pearls.
And wouldn't this pink go so well with a little black dress?
Amazingly well. It's a beautiful colour.
It's such a stunning strand. And this delicate, almost periwinkle pink that we're working with here, these are your 7mm rounds. Now, I know you see pearls quite a lot, but this is our luxury for less. The reason these are so luxurious is because look at the size. 7mm. That means we are working with rounds here. Now rounds naturally are higher end. The reason being, it takes longer for Mother Nature to create. It also is harder to find these. It really is. We can't do anything to make these perfectly round. They just come this way from Mother Nature. Now, you get potato pearls for a really good price, but if you want to work with the classic eye-catching, perfectly round pearls that we all know and love, then this is the strand for you. Your price on these is normally, yes, I said normally, $11.95. Please do not forget for me that this is luxury. We're working with perfect rounds for just £7.95. Perfect rounds for £7.95. I've seen potato pearls, which I love. I do like potato pearls because they're fun, aren't they? And you get this wonderful pearlescent glow from them, but also they're nice in sort of bohemian feels. But to work with potato pearls, slightly less in money often, but I've seen them more than that, more than £7.95. You are working with perfect rounds. Should have been way more than £10, and it's not for you today. 7mm for £7.95. Pearls come in these wonderful bursts of colour, don't they? But let's work now with your completely classic. If you're thinking bridal, if you're thinking winter wonderland, if you're thinking stereotypical pearls that everyone's going to recognise, then you want to go for the most classic and the most elegant, the white, don't you? And that's what we've got for you now. Perfectly pure white potato pearls for you today. The wonderful thing with the white is that you are getting this, the pearlescence hits off more with the white, doesn't it? You can really get a feel for it. Now these pearls, today, your price is going to be special. If you like pearls and you love white pearls, which let's face it, white pearls, everyone recognises them, everybody knows them. But for $5.95 for a strand of pearls, you know that we pass on these great finds and these great deals for you. But just think to yourself, if you were to strand this on beading thread, pop on one of those toggle clasps you got earlier, you would sell it for triple that, wouldn't you?
Oh, easily, definitely. I mean, I used to sell an awful lot of jewellery, and my key focus was the bridal market, because you've got a lot of people there who want bespoke, tailor-made pieces. And if you're going to these people and saying, I can make this for you, but I will be using real pearls, you know you're going to be able to make a profit on it, because you're going to be able to give the bride something she dearly wants for her wedding day, but you're buying it at an amazing price. I mean, $5.95, let's not forget how long it takes for these pearls to form.
Well, exactly.
You know, they're natural cultured pearls, you know, nature has formed them. And I think sometimes with prices like that, we almost forget that these are real gemstones.
But you're working with the highest quality in, to me, one of the most appealing and attractive colours, because everyone recognises the white pearl, don't they? £5.95 for this high quality white cultured pearl strand of your potato pearls. Just 7x5mm, £5.95 for you today. We are squeezing some more luxury for less in. Scott, I want to bomb them in. I want to get loads. I love them. I love them. Okay, think rarest gemstone you can think of. Think rarity. Think one location. Think relaxing, calming blue. Are you thinking about tanzanite? You should be. This is your strand of graduated tanzanite. Now this is so special because we know that tanzanite is rare. We know it's only mined in one location. We are so far through the crust of the earth now, in this one location, around 800 meters in some mines, to get this, that we're at the point now that some mines are closing. They've had to stop because we just cannot get any further into the crust. They haven't got the equipment, they haven't got the resources, meaning that this is not only rare because it's only in the one location, but it's getting rarer every single day. And it truly is. It truly is getting rarer every day. This should be £27.95. But we're going to take not £5 off, not even £6 off. How about £10 off? It should be £27.95 and it's £17.95 for this exquisite strand. We've got people buying 2 and 3 at the moment on the phone lines. Congratulations if you're managing to get this, because you're getting £10 off. It should be £27.95, but it's £17.95 for you today for the this rare gemstone. And it's one of those things, we've got it here now at a great price, but in 10 years time I can't guarantee you that you'll even be able to buy tanzanite firsthand. It might be one of those pieces that you have to buy hand-me-down pieces to get your hands on tanzanite. So get it now whilst you can. £10 off today, just £17.95. That's special, isn't it? That is something special. I'm going to put it back really delicately. Ooh. Have a look at these delicate, almost sunshine on a rainy day blues that we're working with here in this blue topaz. Now topaz, when you think of topaz, for me anyway, I instantly think blue topaz. It's the one that everyone knows. The great thing about having something that everyone knows is when you're selling these things on your stand, even if people don't particularly know that much about real gemstones, they'll know the name blue topaz and they'll know that that means quality. They'll know that that means it's sort of a high-end piece. Because sometimes when we work with the more unusual gems, it's good for you to have an in, you can have a little chat and a conversation about them. But this is great because you don't have to with this. Simply pop it on your stand, on your homemade jewellery, with a little sign next to it highlighting that it is blue topaz, and people will know they're working with quality without you having to explain that to them. These are your faceted ovals, and they're graduated from 6x4 all the way to 12x9mm on this 22 centimetre strand of well-known blue topaz. Your price, $18.95 is your original price. Hannah's eyebrows have gone up now. It should be $18.95. Your price today for this, $14. That was Hannah's face then. $14.95. $14.95 for this high-end strand. I'm going to try and sweeten Hannah up now with all these price discounts. Let's head over to her later, make her feel a little bit better. I will join you after this break for Designer Inspiration with Hannah Oxbury. See you then.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Book now to take part in the Gemporia experience. Take a behind-the-scenes tour of our TV studios, meet the presenters and learn about gemstones and jewellery. The price of £169 includes an overnight stay at the picturesque White Swan Hotel, a buffet lunch, refreshments and a 3-course dinner. Dates are limited, so call or email us now for an experience you'll never forget.
Before any of the gemstones that arrive here in Jaipur can leave Jaipur for the UK, they need to be tested. So all the genuine gemstone strands go from the vendor to an independent laboratory. They're then tested to prove that they are what they say they are. Now, as you can see here, this shipment of emerald arrived this morning, and it comes with this. This is really important. This shows that the emerald has been tested in random strands and can be proven to be genuine emerald. If this authenticity card doesn't arrive with a genuine gemstone, then the shipment won't go to the UK.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we have many stages of quality control, from lab tests all the way through to our own in-house gemologists. We're confident with our quality, but we want to give you that peace of mind by offering you a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Are you new to Jewellery Maker? Would you like to try a new hobby? Then why not give us a call on 0800 644 655 and we'll send you a free copy of our DVD and booklet to help you get started. You don't even need to make an order. Get involved with Jewellery Maker.
Join Jewellery Maker and specialist guest designer Debbie Bulford for a fun and relaxing day discovering the addictive appeal of chainmail. This workshop is ideal for beginners and will introduce the fundamentals of this art form. You will be guided through a range of beginners' weaves and learn how to create your own bison time bracelet and earring set. The full course includes a pack of 200 jump rings, a toggle clasp, a pair of shepherd hook earrings, the chainmail tutorial DVD, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a chance to meet the presenters, and take a visit to our gem museum. All this for just $74.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Welcome back to Designer Inspirations. We'll be heading over to Hannah Roxbury very, very soon. But for now, you didn't know the camera was going on then, did you? Caught you out of it. We'll be coming back to Hannah Roxbury very soon. But before that, let's get things sparkling with a star buy. Now, how often do you hear this? On a star buy today, I have for you Imperial Topaz. You do not hear that very often, but that is what I'm giving you today. This has only ever been shown once. At that time, it was almost £30. I guarantee you it won't be that price today. Now, Imperial Topaz is such a special gemstone because it in itself is so difficult to mine. The areas that this is mined in are basically so far up in the foothills that they're on a water table. And that means that when they create mines to go and mine for this, in around 8 months, those are completely filled with water. They're just unmineable. They spend so much money and put so much effort into just trying to get rid of all this water that literally covers their mines. Now, this water table in just 8 months will get to around 40 metres deep. Honestly,
That's deep.
that's a lot, isn't it? We're looking at about 10 to 11 elephants deep. That's how in just 8 months this water seeps in. Because it's on a high table, because of the area it is, it literally just seeps in and completely covers these mines. And it looks like, when you look out, I've seen pictures of it, it looks like you're just looking at a lake. But that, in fact, literally a couple of months ago, was a working mine. After that, they have to buy these huge pieces of equipment to keep drawing out the water, which means that this can only be mined certain times of the year when it isn't completely saturated and covered in this water. So you're getting something today that is so difficult to mine and so difficult to get your hands on that even we can't get it all year round. But you've got this amazing strand as a star buy. It's normally £29.95, which, if you think about it, for how hard this is to get your hands on, not just for us, for the miners themselves, if you think of how hard this is to get, because the mine it completely covers with water in just 8 months, for £30, that is something special. But I'm going to do you something mind-boggling now. Your star buy price isn't £30 today. It's £19.95. You have got a £10 saving on this, and they are flying out. I've got 26 of these left now. I started with higher up double figures. That's over half of my stock gone on these. I've got 25 of these left now. £19.95, you're getting £10 saving on something that is so difficult to mine, so hard to get your hands on. And you're getting an exceptional example here. Normally £30, now less than 20. £19.95. We've got 10 of these left. Please do stay on the phone lines. I don't want you to miss out, because this is a strand that we can't get our hands on all year round. It's something that there's so much work to go and get this, and it's a lot of risk for the miners themselves. Get yourself a truly wonderful strand for not 30, but 29, not even 29.95, 19.95 on this exceptional strand of your Imperial Topaz today. I want to carry these over to you, but I'm going to leave them here very delicately, because otherwise they might end up in my pocket. I'm coming over to you, Hannah. We are going to be creating with Hannah some wonderful, wonderful pieces, but I want to give you the chance to be able to own that bundle and that kit at home. So in a couple of days, when you get it home, you're able to create what Hannah's made and so much more. I would describe her pieces as versatile but eye-catching. Here is your kit, and what a wealth of a kit this is. Look at these wonderful colours and wonderful materials you're getting in here. We've got here the stand-out pieces. The way that Hannah has used these is second to none. The way Hannah has used these is something exquisite and unusual. These are your shell stars within these circles. I'm not going to tell you what she's done with them. I'm going to leave you holding on, I think, because I'm a mischievous pup. But honestly, you see how you can see through them now? When Hannah's finished, you won't be able to. The star will stand out for you exquisitely. You've also got in here your crackled quartz in these faceted rounds. Now, the way we create this crackle effect is simply by heating it. It's something that as a treatment it's completely, you know, it's in the gem world, it's completely fine. Sometimes treatments are kind of frowned upon, but when it comes to heat treating to get this desired effect, that's completely fine, and that's all we've done with these. We've just heated them to give it this frosted, crackled effect internally. You've also got your pyrite in these wonderful little rondelle shapes. What a glittering, shining, eye-catching strand this is. I love it just like that. I think strand it like this and you're done. But the way Hannah's used them, it's just highlighting the beauty of these individual pieces. And you've also got these blue, these are statement standout pieces in this blue quartz. But actually, Hannah, you've used quite a few of these in your design, but it's not overpowering, is it?
No, because they're mixed with lighter colours in your other gemstones, they soften and they just work in the design beautifully.
So you have the chance to own all of these 4 unique strands, but you're also going to be getting your 2 different colours of cords in this wonderful sky blue and your navy blue. These are, what type of cord is this? I'm just having a look. It's a satin, it feels like satin. It's got that wonderful sheen to it, highlighting these colours. But not only this, you're also going to be getting a length of chain, which I'll show you. But I would describe this as flattened circles, but I'll show you on the back of my hand so you can get a really good look. This is your chain, and you're getting 10 metres of this. You can see that these are circles, but they've been flattened to give it that unisex look, that unisex appearance, but also it's so versatile to create charms. And you'll see how Hannah's used this. She's got really luxurious lengths and layers of chain on this piece. So you've got 10 metres worth on this strand. So just to reiterate, you're getting 10 metres of this golden coloured chain in these flattened circles. You're getting 2 different colours and different tones of your satin cord. You're also going to be getting your cream shell in these wonderful stars. You're getting your pyrite rondelles adding a pop of gold. You're going to be getting your blue coloured faceted quartz and your little glitter balls of the faceted crackle quartz. 4 strands, 2 satin cords and 10 metres of chain. Your price should be £39.65. Not today. Not at all. Your price today, not £39, instead £24.95 to give you the chance to create lots of these designs and more. You had some left over, didn't you?
I've got loads left over, and I didn't even touch the satin cord in these designs, so those are little bonus extras, if you like.
Little extras for you. So all of this should be almost £40, but you're getting it for just £24.95. This chain by itself, the 10 metres, is normally £12.95. So essentially you're getting the 4 strands and the 2 cords for just £12. What a fantastic saving today. £24.95, not the £40 you should be paying, less than £25 for you today. That is a whopping saving, isn't it?
It's a huge saving, it's brilliant.
And look, when you see what Hannah's created, you're going to want to get your hands on it, because look at this wonderful cascade effect, versatile necklace. Yeah. Now, this is the one that I had on before and I was playing with, wasn't I?
Yeah, it really
it could be a belt, or you could put it around your head, it could be a bracelet, it could be a long necklace, it could be a short necklace, it could be a choker. There is so much that we've got going on here. This is the one that I'm talking about. This necklace you have come up with. You've just had a little sneaky peek of the challenge, I think.
Yeah, sneaky peek of the challenge as well.
Sneaky peeky.
That's the great thing about the challenge, because if you wanted to really go to town on these necklace ideas, the challenge works beautifully alongside it as well.
Completely. This is the challenge that we set for Hannah with these wonderful blues that we have here. You've gone quite to town with this, haven't you, actually?
Oh yeah, I don't know how I managed to make so
You've even got another pair of earrings just
Yeah,
relaxing down here.
Just chilling. Yeah,
I'm
quite a few
loving
pieces.
this.
It's very, very simple techniques in my challenge itself. We're showing the challenge now because I'm going to nip off to do my day job. I'm covering today, so we're just a little bit of me today. And then I'm going to nip upstairs. That's why we're doing challenge and designer demos at the moment, all together in one.
All together in one. So should we focus on this first?
Let's do that.
Okie pokely. Let's do that first then.
So what we're going to do is, you might have noticed in your little sneaky peek of the designer inspiration that I have actually included jewel enamel in the design itself.
I told you those stars wouldn't stay see-through for long.
No, I saw them. Becky upstairs very kindly put this kit together for me, and I just saw it and I knew instantly what I wanted to do. Sometimes inspiration just hits you.
Yeah.
And I love working with chain because it just affords you this versatility. And then I really wanted to think, right, okay, I want to do something different. I want to show how to use jewel enamel in a different way. So I thought, let's do it. Let's just pour jewel enamel all over gemstones.
Let's just go for it. Now, if you haven't worked with jewel enamel before, the info is at the bottom of your screen. You've got the code there at the bottom of your screen, and it's how much? £79.95, and that's for all that you need, isn't it?
Yeah, that is for your starter kit. So in that you'll get moulds, you'll get the gleams, you'll get stellar flash, you'll get all these beautiful extras as well as your jewel enamel powders and also your jewel enamel melt pot to get you started. And I mean, for me, if I got that on Christmas Day, it comes in a lovely, lovely big box. I'd be so excited to open that.
Could you imagine your face? Not that fake face you get with something you don't like, oh.
Yay.
Another pair of socks, thanks. You would be like, oh my goodness, what is this?
You'd be like, forget the dinner, I'm playing jewel enamel right now.
Yeah, totally. Serve me some up later, I'm getting on with my jewel enamel. So everything you need is at the bottom of the kit, bottom of the screen, and it's under £80 for you today, just £79.95.
So what I've done before we came over to the demo desk is I've just put my melting pot on. I've got a bit of the jewel enamel left in it from making these pieces earlier. But if I just pull that into shot, what you'll be able to see, the sort of temperature we're working on up here is UT. It's a special setting at the very top, which is specifically for your jewel enamel. Now, drop that down. You'll see. Now, just again, you've got to be careful. It's very hot. I don't know why I'm the sort of person that always has to do really hot and messy demos, but there we go. That's what we're doing today.
We love that about your hand. I love it.
So your jewel enamel comes in powder form. So what I'm using in this one is your light gold, and it's literally, you see that, a little powder going on there. What we do is we apply that straight and directly to the melt pot itself. Now the heating element of the melt pot is situated just in the centre. So to ensure you get a nice good melting, you want to apply the jewel enamel powder to the centre of the melt pot and just let it melt. Now you see, the really interesting thing about jewel enamel is it is this sort of light, almost yellowy corn colour in powder form. As soon as it starts melting, you get this intense, rich, metallic look to your jewel enamel, and it's really that look that we just want to go to town on. Now I'm just going to encourage that by moving that forward just ever so slightly, because the heating element, as I said, is just here. So you want as much as the powder over that central element to melt it properly. So I'm just going to hold it and let it melt. Now, to ensure it melts quickly, it comes with a lid, you can pop the lid on and it will heat quicker. But you know what, I just like watching it.
I like that. It's almost magical, isn't it?
It really is, it really is. Within the kit, you also get a spatula. So if you're using your jewel enamel to pour into moulds or anything like that, you want to encourage the jewel enamel down to the front before you pour. Now that's really specific difference with this technique. I don't want to encourage it down to the front. I want to keep it heated and I want to pour, but as I pour, I want it to cool so it doesn't pour as quickly. if that makes sense.
No, but I'm sure you'll explain it as you do it.
It's probably easier to watch. So usually I would start pushing all the jewel enamel to the front and quickly tip it into my mould, flatten it off, but I don't want to do that because I want more control over where I'm pouring.
Okay.
This is a very messy technique. It's not gone wrong, don't worry. Don't worry if you do it at home and think, oh my goodness, you know, I've spilt it everywhere, it looks awful, it's the end of the world. It really, really, really isn't. It just looks that way to begin with. So what we do, we're going to have
organised chaos.
Oh, it really is organised chaos. This is how I make. So we're going to have our shells at least somehow set up. So you see, we've got already in place 2 with the head pins and eye pins through them already. All we need to do to create one of those is grabbing some 0.6 wire. Now I've just used gold because that matches in with the colour of jewel enamel I'm using, matches in with the chain, but you can mix it up and use whatever colour you want. Create a little loop on one end using your round nose pliers and bend that back, and then pop that through. You see, as I go, I straighten that off to make it easier to go through the gemstone itself. Ooh, or I could just drop it. There we go, through the hole, and then you've got to find the hole on the other side. It's easier with these wires a bit straighter. Go in. Oh, it always works so much better at home. In and through. Well, that one doesn't want to play ball, so my wire's all kinked, but that's fine. We've got 2 others we can work with. So once you've put your wire through, make a loop on the other end, and basically you want everything set and ready to go. Now you see I'm working again on the Teflon mat, which was on offer earlier, and this is really, really important. You want to be working on your Teflon sheet on a flat surface.
Okay.
We can start pouring. So I'm going to grab my jewel enamel pot. You see it's got these little easy to use handles at the side. And I'm doing it towards the camera, so please forgive me if this goes everywhere. We're going to pour, and we want to position the melt pot so it's pouring into the centre there. It's okay, it's spilt, that doesn't matter. Pouring into the second one and off.
Is this the organised chaos we were discussing?
This looks like a complete and utter mess, but don't worry, it's supposed to look like that.
Okay.
Now, you see, as if I poured it and encouraged the jewel enamel down to the front and poured, it would have just gone everywhere. It would be much more free flowing. But because as I'm pouring, I'm not pushing it down to the front, I'm not quickening the technique, it's pouring slower. It doesn't look like it is, but believe me, it really, really is. It cools as it pours. And that's how you get this sort of puddled effect on the top of the gemstone. At this point, obviously you want to leave it so it's a little bit cooler, but we can just get rid of any excess jewel enamel, just hopefully that's not stuck. Yeah, just encourage that out. Being careful, obviously jewel enamel is very, very hot. You want to let it cool before you start messing with it, but this is cool enough to mess with. So there we go, I'm removing the excess. And what I'm going to do is collect that back up and put it straight back into the jewel enamel pot, because everything you melt, you can remelt and use again.
Nothing gets wasted with this, does it?
Nothing gets wasted, and that's a brilliant thing. What I have done is just turn my pot off because I won't be using that again. I might just move that out of shot, I might just put that behind me, so I'm not going to get all messed up with that. You're all right with that there?
I won't stand on that, no.
Okay, so now you're thinking, all right, brilliant, we've got a great big blob of jewel enamel on the top of the shell.
Yeah.
That looks really attractive.
And we're finished.
And we're done. That's your designer inspiration right there. No, not at all. What we want to get to is this stage here, where the jewel enamel sits beautifully within the star and everything's neat and tidy.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is grab my heat gun that we, again, brought you earlier, turn that on to, well, what do we want to start with? Start with high.
Okay.
And position it straight over the top of the jewel enamel, and you see instantly that begins to melt and soften and starts to become really fluid. Now, it is about just getting a bit of a knack with this. It does take a little bit of practice, but don't worry. Again, you can just get rid of it all and start again. But you see, I'm moving as I'm now got nice fluid jewel enamel. I'm moving it so it sits into the gaps.
Doesn't that look magical?
It does.
So amazing.
And you see, I'm just applying the heat directly to the top, and you can already see, if I just move that away a bit,
you can see the
star,
yeah,
rather than all this jewel enamel around it.
Yeah.
Let's just do it to the other one. So apply the heat directly to the top to begin the melting process.
Hubble bubble.
Exactly, it's
Toil
so
and
much fun.
trouble.
It's so much fun, this. let it all melt. And this one's got quite a lot of jewel enamel on, which is fine because we can just push it over the edge to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Just blow it away. That's the nice thing about this. And then applying the heat directly to the top to ensure all of that jewel enamel pours beautifully into the star. Again, same with the other one. Okay, that is pretty much done. Again, still looking like a complete mess. Everything will become clear, I do promise. Now, what we've got to do is just wait a moment and let that jewel enamel set, because if we start trying to pick it up or play with it, it's still molten, and of course it will stick to your fingers and it's pretty burny. So you just want to let that cool. I'd say maybe 5 to 8 minutes to get that cool.
Yeah.
So we've got to just kind of wait and let it cool at the moment.
Oh, all right, cool. Well, whilst you're waiting, what we'll do is we will bring you the opportunity to create this look with the wonderful light gold, but multitude more colours, including your melting pot pan. Now in here, we're working with 5 alternative colours, which of course you can use for this, but if you've worked with this technique and this before, then obviously it's stashing up, isn't it? Topping up.
Exactly right.
Give yourself a little bit of something extra. In here, we're getting this wonderful ruby red. We're getting the light gold, which Hannah's been working with.
Yep.
We're getting this light pewter, the purple sapphire, and this fire opal colour. Look at the zestiness of that colour.
And again, what you've got to remember is as soon as you melt it, the colour intensifies. So just imagine that. Oh, beautiful.
Massively. Just to show you the variation in the colour, if I nick one of this star off you, I'll just show you the variation, just to highlight to you exactly what we mean. You saw it melting, but this is your light gold in this pack, which just looks a bit like brown sugar. It's not got much going on. But look at how golden and high shine this becomes. It's like another world, isn't it?
It is completely transformed.
So if you're imagining that this goes to this, just think of how intense your ruby red, your sapphire, your light pewter, and this fire opal colour is going to go. And you've also got your project pan. Now, why is it important to have a separate pan, Hannah?
It's really important for me. I have my project pan at home if I'm creating either really, really dark colours, so I don't really want to use blacks and jets and pewters in my melt pot itself directly.
Yeah.
Because although you can clean your melt pot, it's just easier if you've got your dark colours in one and your lights in another. A lot easier. There's no cross-contamination then.
And this is really easy because you'll see it has these wings at the side. That means that it's just so easy to remove, isn't it?
Yeah, it sits beautifully. Those little wings sit in between the little handles, and then you can just push those up and pop the pan
You literally just pop them up. And it does have instructions and everything else you need on the back for all of your needs. So you're getting here this secondary pan with the easy lift and your 5 different colours should be £18.20. But we're going to go lower. There's a little treat. If you've just bought the kit, the starter kit, give yourself a treat. Give yourself the diversity with all these colours for just £14.95 for all of these. 5 different colours and your secondary pan. Create this look that Hannah's creating and many, many more. How far does this go?
So far. I mean, I have made all of the little connectors in that chain.
Yeah.
I've actually had this previously and made bracelets, big pyramid, chunky mould things from it, and I've still got tons and tons and tons
You've
left.
got over half
left in there, and that's not just from this project. This is from an earlier project I did as well. So that's how far it goes.
So it goes really far. So don't think that if you're getting this, oh, I'll only be able to get 5 different projects out.
Definitely not. No, you'd get loads and loads and loads. And I mean, this sort of project, don't feel you have to just keep it to the same design I've done. Imagine using this technique, but putting all the different colours in and making these into little charms for, you know, a charm bracelet or something like that would look really, really funky in this technique.
Oh, I really like that idea. Am I in your way?
No, I was just going to move them out of the way so they weren't in your way, Becky Boo.
Oh, bless, we're so thoughtful of each other, aren't we, Ox?
No, we try.
Brilliant. So, is that cool enough
this
now,
is
do
cool
we
enough
think?
to touch now, yeah, definitely. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to gently ease that, and you see it comes away from the Teflon sheet quite easily, and that is because the Teflon is a non-stick surface as well. Turning it over, you see we've got quite a lot of spillage around the star itself. And you might be thinking, okay, well how do I get that off? You know, do I just pick it off or how does that work? what we're going to do is grab one of the tissue blades from, you can either buy them separately on the website or from the polymer clay starter kit, and you literally want to just peel the top surface layer off. Now, when you go in, it's hard to describe, but when you go in, you can feel there's a distinct difference to the jewel enamel than what there is to the surface of the shell. The jewel enamel is a lot softer, so if we just go in,
it almost looks like chewy toffee.
Is
it that kind of
It really is that
texture?
consistency. Obviously being careful of your fingers because it is a sharp blade. But you're just literally just pushing that off and just peeling it away. And you just almost like, imagine you're peeling a potato, but you're just peeling the jewel enamel. Okay. It's not the most glamorous of techniques, but it really does give a good effect. And you see I'm turning that round and then just peeling that. Obviously being very, very careful of my fingers and things. I'm not pushing it into my fingers, I'm just using them as guide. And it's still a little bit tacky, so it's difficult to peel. But once it's harder, it does peel away a lot easier. And this does look like it's taking forever, but I can assure you once it's harder, you get that sort of purchase in and you can just click it off. And it just picks away. And it's actually quite a satisfying thing to sit and just sort of peel it all away.
I can imagine.
But you're going in and again, being very, very careful of your fingers and thumbs and just peeling those top layers away. It's still a little bit tacky, so it's not coming away that easily. But once you've left it to really, really cool.
If you do leave it for 10 minutes to cool, it will come off really simple.
Yeah, and once you can get to the edge of the star, because you've got a nice straight blade, you can just lift. And you see already we've got a really nice clean surface just there where the jewel enamel has come away. Now, you can make these in batches and obviously let them cool down properly to give you much better purchase when peeling. Yeah. But there you go, that's cooler. And you've got a nice big chunk off there.
And is there any chance of, as you're peeling, the centre part popping out?
No, I've made all of those and none of the centre part popped out because it's, if you imagine, all the edges of the jewel enamel are adhered to the shell inside. And again, around the wire as well. The wire works as the anchor to the piece.
Good.
And you're literally just peeling off this very glossy surface to the shell itself.
So you don't have to be afraid that all your hard work's for nothing,
No,
it won't pop
and
out. That's
just
great.
turning it round, just making sure you've got all of that. And sometimes you do get to a stage where you've perhaps got a little bit of excess on the star itself. That's fine, you just go in and peel that off
and it just
with the
comes
blade
off
as well,
easily.
and that just comes off very, very easily. You see it's a lot easier now it's started to cool properly. So that's what we do with the stars to clean them up, and eventually you will end up with a star which is completely clean and just filled with jewel enamel.
That's lovely. It sort of sparkles, doesn't it?
It really, really does. From that point, it is just a very, very simple case of building your design. Now, if I just move this into shot, very carefully so I don't knock it all over. What I've actually done is built the chain itself in different components, if you like. Now, because the gemstones are all different sizes, they make for a beautiful graduation. And it's almost like a natural graduation, so you instantly are drawn to balance your design in a graduated form. So you see on this side of the tray, I've set up how I would build the first set of links to the necklace itself. So we start with the little round rondelles of pyrite, little pyrite reels. We then build it up to the next size stone, which is your crackle quartz, and I've used the pyrite as little spacers. And again, onto the larger size stone, which is your blue quartz there, which again, because it's the largest, it just sits nicely on its own. So you've always got this sort of pyramid effect. In between, again, it's all about working and knowing how the eye likes to find balance within the design. So in between each link, I've used a set of 9 links from the trace chain. So those 9 links, just like so, are really, really easy to use because you can pop them in between and start opening the little loops you've created on the gemstone spacers. So again, very, very simply, we're going to open the loop towards you and then pick up the chain, and you see everything I do, I'm doing with my pliers. It was a really important fact we gave earlier when we brought the pliers on, because if I was trying to link that on with my thumbs and with my fingers in the way, I'd find it really difficult.
Yeah, of course.
But because I've introduced it with my flat nose pliers, it just makes it a lot easier. I wanted to give a lot of bulk to the design, so what I've done, instead of using just 1 link of 9, I've used 3 links of 9, popped them onto the eye there and closed it. And that gives a really, really nice chunky look to the chain. You've still got the individual delicate nature of it, but because you're layering it up, you get a really, really nice effect.
It gives it a luxurious look, doesn't it?
It's a lovely texture. It gives it weight and it gives it presence as well. So I've gone along and I've created different versions of that. I've then introduced the shell. Now for me, the shell was a standalone part. I didn't want to mix it in with all the other gemstones, so I left it as it is, just one simple little connector piece. And rather than introducing lots of chunky chain either side, to frame it, what I've done with the shell pieces is link them using sets of 3 single links. So again, I've opened up my link, grabbed a little piece of chain, which is 3 links long, popped it on, and then closed it. And that again gives a whole different dynamic to your link itself, because it's a lot finer, it's a lot delicate, and again, because this is a beautiful flat chain, what you're getting is a lot of light reflection from the surface. I've also introduced jump rings as part of my design. So rather than just hiding them away as just a component part, they're integral to the design itself. So in between the star connectors, I've used jump rings, and I've used them in their own as a bit of a statement as well, and again, link the chain through them. Now, I've had a couple of people sort of message me on Facebook on my guest designer page and say, you know, we love working with the chain, but people have struggled to perhaps use it with findings and things. Well, you see that I've used it with a 0.6 wire and it's gone through absolutely fine. If you are struggling, what you can do, if I take the reel and show you, if we just unwind a bit so it's easier to work with, you can grab one end of it and turn. So we've got an oval link, turn it so you're holding the link, the rest of the chain, and you put your pliers in and you're holding the other side. It's really, really difficult to pick up on camera because obviously we're using small sizes. You just want to pull. And as you pull, this is how strong the chain is. It's not bending at all, it's not snapping. But what you're actually doing is just widening that little link or that little space within the chain.
Good tip.
So if you are struggling to get your jump rings and things through it, you can just really eke it out and create a larger space within the chain link itself.
What a great tip.
If anyone is struggling, you can obviously use it that way as well. So from that point, it's just a case of building your design. Now, as we saw in the office earlier, I just wanted one long length, because for me, jewellery is all about being versatile. Now, you're getting a lot of movement, you're getting a lot of light hitting this chain and looking just dazzling. But sometimes, you know, if we're working with capsule wardrobe, say, why not create a piece that's capsule wardrobe happy? You know that this chain is going to be a long line length. You can then wrap it around your wrist. You can wear it like a belt, like you had it in the office earlier, which looks really, really funky. But if you want to, I mean, we can take it off the bust and show you. It's just really one really, really, really long
Whilst we're here, at the back, if I take it off as it is, if we have a look at the back, you'll be able to see there's just one toggle clasp, isn't there? This has been wrapped in this manner. So there's just one connection there. But the way that this works is, if you see me unravel it, unravel.
Tangled up.
I know, no it won't, I'm sure. If I unravel this, okay, so I'm just pulling it up at the toggle clasp and you'll see, look at how long this is. I've tangled one bit, but we're all good.
That's
it pops out.
That's fine.
That's it, it pops out. And look at how long this piece is. And I did have it on as a belt before, didn't I?
Yeah.
I had it on as a belt.
Pretty funky belt.
I wrapped it around and it created this deep, chunky, but delicate looking bracelet. I'll show it to you now with this like wrapping effect, isn't it? Really simply. It's so versatile. So it's gone from a long necklace to a tripled up necklace into a almost ornate bracelet, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really, really pretty design. And that's the nice thing about something like this, because you can just really experiment with it. You can wear it more like a scarf, you can knot it, you can twist it, and it's that sort of thing which is a lot more fun.
You can do so much, and because it is, if you have a look at the length of it, what length have you done? Because this is, look, you could get a couple of people in this, but what length is this?
I have no idea, I never measured it, to be honest with you, but I will measure it after the show.
It's so usable though, because you can do, like we had on the bust, a short section down, down, but you could wrap it as a choker, couldn't you?
If you've got the sort of party dress on, which is quite a high neckline, you want a shorter piece, or if you've got a piece which is sort of a full fitting dress, you want a longer line as well. So it's all about making your jewellery to work across different statement outfits.
And if we do have a look at it, have you mimicked and mirrored on either side?
No, it's completely asymmetric.
Isn't that wonderful?
Completely asymmetric. The only piece, the only section in it which I have mimicked throughout the chain to give consistency and balance is the piece that we saw set up on the board itself. So the pyrite, the crackle quartz, the blue quartz, crackle quartz and pyrite again.
Yeah, you can even see where it kicks in around this section here. Yeah. We've gone completely asymmetric. You've just started with the same feel, but then gone completely asymmetric with this different design. And it just makes it versatile, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does. And I know obviously it's a very, very short demo, but it's about getting that technique and making it work for you. I know we've got a lot of gemstones on our website at the moment which have the hollow centres in all different colours. I mean, I saw some really funky multicoloured strands of shell earlier in the week. So it's about using that and just making it your own. And
you can, can't you? You can give it whatever feel you want it to have. Really, really versatile piece, and great for if perhaps you're not feeling the most inspired that day. You've got your bits, your components, and then you put it together, and all of a sudden you've created this fantastic, elegant, highlighted piece.
Exactly right.
Thank you so much for showing us that. Now, Hannah has said that she has to run away.
I have to run away, I'm afraid.
She has to run away because she has to work upstairs for us. Busying away. So we set her a challenge earlier. How long did you have to work on it?
I think about maybe an hour, if that.
Wow. Done really well for an hour. Because you've created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stunning pieces with these trio of blues that we brought you earlier on. How? Oh, you've done your toggle clasp at the front.
It's all about making a feature of your findings. They're beautiful findings. Don't hide them away.
And how have you attached these onto jump rings?
Yep, and then just attach the jump ring to the toggle clasp.
The toggle circle.
The actual circle, yeah.
And then you've got, I want to show you these pairs of earrings because you've got this one which is exclusively the pearls, isn't it? And these wonderful, have you just used spaces on there?
Yeah, I just found little crimpy covers and just use them as spaces.
And then this pair of earrings that I'll show you next to it, where we have the lovely blue colours from the quartz. They're such deep tones, aren't they?
They are really, really good fun tones.
One that's standing out to me is, of course, this one. How have you managed to create this? I'll show you it on my hand just so you can get the full effect.
It's one of those pieces that look really, really dramatic and quite intricate, but actually it's a very, very easy technique. What we've done is interspace the pearl and the other blue quartz there on head pins and eye pins.
Okay.
And then using 2 strands of beading thread, we've taken the beading thread up from the clasp and worked it as the top strand and the bottom strand.
So that's simply from here, you've taken up your beading thread to start the top.
Yep, and then as we go through, we attach the eye pins of the strands of pearls and agate through the centre and use the eye of the little finding there as you would do the whole of the gemstone.
I see. And that is such a wonderful cuff, isn't it?
It is. I mean, a lot of people do prefer sort of chunkier bracelets. I know I do myself. I mean, you can make just the one strand, and that looks amazing. But if you want something a bit more out there, a bit more of a presence, I mean, not everyone suits dainty jewellery.
No.
So you can make the same sort of thing, really, really chunky cuff-wise.
And the thing is with these, you can get the cuff look, can't you, by layering up lots of little ones. But I find sometimes when I've done that, they end up getting tangled.
Yeah,
I'll take my jacket off and then tangle into each other.
That's right.
But you haven't got that.
You haven't got that because the head pins and eye pins work as a divider. If you like. They keep the 2 strands either side and they give a rigid centre to the piece itself, so it won't get tangled up.
So it's fantastic for that, giving you that look, but without all of it's attached to your jacket. Oh no, what am I going to do? It flies off over the table. And then finally, but nowhere near leastly, this wonderful, delicate. You've used all 3 of the gems on this one.
Yeah, I put them all together because I thought it was really interesting to show, even though you've got 3 different tones of blue and 3 different lustres, they still work beautifully together.
And how have you attached it onto this bolt ring?
I've simply used the beading thread, looped round the bolt ring and the jump ring and back through a crimp and crimped off.
Okay, and then you've popped your cap on over the top.
As well. And I really love this bundle because if you want to come in and really add to the challenge bundle as well, it goes beautifully with the inspiration piece.
Oh, I completely agree with that. Oh yeah, mixing this in with those lovely deep blues.
Yeah, perfect. And I just love the gold chain with that. I thought it just worked perfectly.
It makes it pop, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does. I mean, obviously you can put silver with it and that will just cool it down and give it a much more icy feel, but I'm all about sort of loud and brash designs almost. I like bling and I like colour. So for me, I wanted the blue to really sing.
And this is definitely a wow piece, all of these that you've created. Don't forget, you got all of those for just £7.95. Did you use all of them?
No, I've got loads left. I've already put them away in my little pot down there, but I could have made probably another necklace and another bracelet. And quite gem heavy pieces from those as well.
You had absolute plenty of that. Now we are into single figures of this. I've got 9 left for you at £7.95. So treat yourself to it now. You've got these ideas and you've got plenty more to create your own little twist at home for just £7.95. So where are you running off to now?
Well, I'm going to go and have to buy all the things again that we price slashed today. So that's what I will be doing.
No one mentioned that accidental £10 that Scott took off. Even when I went in on my break, he went, I cannot believe I did that. Oh, how awkward.
Just have to go and buy it again.
Go buy some more. Thank you so much for joining us, Hannah. When are you next with us?
15th of December.
15th of December.
15th of December. If not before, it depends if anyone's poorly sick. So, yeah. Have some to cover.
Oh, bless. Thank you so much for coming in. You're a little star.
Oh, I love it.
Right, I'm heading over here. I'll let you toddle off.
See you later.
Say hello to people upstairs. Speaking of the star design, let's take it to a star buy, shall we? Star buy for you today is this wonderfully delicate, highest of high quality findings set. In here, I'll show you exactly what we're going to be getting. You're getting, in this rose gold colour, the toggle clasp, your lobster claw clasp, your crimp bead covers. Now these ones do look almost like spacers, which is fantastic because do use them as crimp bead covers, but they do, as you can see, crimp up into these truly spherical shapes. So you can use them as spacers if you so choose. You've got your head pins, you've got crimps, you've also got 2 pairs of your shepherd's hooks, as well as this delicate heart chain, which I will show you now. You know that the heart is my fave. I heart the heart chain, but I just want to show you on the back of my hand in case you've not seen it before. You've also got a length of this delicate rose gold heart chain in your findings pack. Now this is all 95 sterling silver. You're getting 43 pieces in this. Now, when we say 925 sterling silver, no matter how long you've been watching this channel, whether you've watched it since the beginning, 3 years ago, or even if you've just tuned in for the first time today, I bet you know that when I say 925 sterling silver, what we're talking about is quality. Everyone knows the name. It's almost the queen of the jewellery world in a way, because everyone knows the name, don't they? It's like when we talk about carats of gold, 24 carat, everyone knows that. This is the equivalent in the silver world. 925 sterling silver we're talking about here. The highest quality that you can possibly have of silver. Now, we do have Britannia silver, which is just over 95% silver. However, it's just not workable. It's far too soft to create jewellery pieces with. You know that when you're working with this, you're getting 92.5% silver, but it's mixed with an ore to give it that strength, to give it that durability. That means your pieces will last for a long time, but will keep this gorgeous shimmer. You'll see on your screen £14.95. Hannah, can you go soon, please?
Sorry.
Hannah's very slowly packing up, and I'll tell you why. She wants to see the price that this is going to go to. But we don't think you should see it. You probably for the best. Bye. Thanks, Han. Bye. Right, I'm going to wait for the doors to close. She's gone. It was £14.95, not today. Make Hannah cry, get it at this price. £9.95 for 43 pieces of 925 sterling silver. The highest, best, recognised quality for just £9.95. Should be almost 15, not today. It is your star buy, 43 pieces for just £9.95. You are on the phone lines for GGG P59, and I'm not surprised at that price. 43 pieces you're going to be getting for highest quality for a great price. £9.95. You are loving it on the phones. Very short queue, but it won't be like that for long because we are firing through you today. We know how popular this is. A whole pack, £9.95 for you today. 925 sterling silver. Something special for you as our star buy. If that hasn't woken you up, I might have a few treats in store that will. I might. Now, let's have a look what we're going for now. Please don't forget, we've stepped away from the star buy and we're back to luxury for less. Please do not forget for me, I have, think of a royal stone. I've got that coming up very, very soon. But before that, let's stay with this luxury for less. Isn't this a wonderful, wonderful strand? The thing I personally love about this is the depth of colour that we're working with in this graduated strand. The thing with the depth of this is that you're getting those qualities you would expect, but with more strength, more saturation. And as we often say, for 150 carats of this kyanite, as we always say, saturation often brings up our price, brings up our luxury. And that's exactly what you are getting with this strand of kyanite. Now, these are in your nuggets, and kyanite has been known for many, many years because it is tricky to work with if you're a lapidress. If you're not, if you're a jewellery maker, it's simple to work with because we've done all the hard work for you in this strand. But you're getting this depth, these deep, deep blue hues. Cass, what does this type of blue make you think of?
The sea.
The sea. Relaxing by the sea.
Yes.
Feet in the sea. Feet in the sea, cocktail in hand. I see where you're going with that. This is 150 carats of your ultra relaxing waves crashing against the beach kyanite. £9.95 would be nice, wouldn't it? But let's make it delicious. Let's make it delectable. £9.95 no longer. £6.95 today. £6.95. Scott, have you accidentally turned that 9 at the beginning upside down with the new graphics? £6.95 is you today. 150 carats of this deepest blue, totally opaque kyanite. We're sticking with the blues here. Think of the ocean, think of the sea. And we're working here with this exceptional strand of aquamarine. Each one in these individual teardrop shapes. Say teardrop because of course aquamarine is known with its connection to the sea. The word aqua, of course, meaning water, and the word marine meaning the exact same thing. Aquamarine, it was believed in the ancient times that as sailors went on their journeys, went on their voyages, and they were called in to the rocks, pulled in towards these wonderful women sat on the rocks, these mermaids. It was believed that mermaids would cry aquamarine, and that's why it's known as the gemstone of the mermaids, because it was believed that when they tried to capture the sailors and bring them closer to the shore to get them in danger, they cried these pieces, which is why sailors threw this into the sea to calm the storm, but also to ward off the mischievous mermaids that cried these aquamarine tears. And can't you completely see with this cut in particular how you can believe that as a story? £14.95 is the original price, but not where we're going to stay today. Your price, we're going to go down. How about under a tenner? £9.95 for you today. What an exceptional saving for an exceptional gemstone. These teardrops of aquamarine warding off the storms and protecting the sailors. Now we've had a bit of blue for dads. Let's go to the other end of the spectrum. We're looking at reds and we're looking at these autumnal, deep brown, luxurious colours. This is a multicoloured strand of spinel. Now you know spinel. You understand what we mean when we talk about it. It is high quality. And this strand in particular, if I have a close look, wow. Look at this seductively sparkling, even under these horrendous lights, you're getting this seductive sparkle just kicking off each and capturing the eye of the beholder. Now we're working in this multicoloured strand, not only graduated size, but if you look, graduated colour. At the end, both of the ends here, we have the clearest of clear spinel, diving into these deep, deep greys, working their way through these lilac hues into the deepest of umbers, burnt umbers, and sparkling out the other side of these citrus notes in the middle. The price on this for Joy Y58, £19.95. £19.95. Not only are you getting that seductive sparkle, but little hint, if you're looking in between, you'll see the spacers. They're little gizmoed curls, they're little coils. Use them in your design. What about doing this on a head pin with just one simple drop at the bottom? You've got a pair of earrings there working with the highest quality of spinel, but you're using what you've given. You know, with creative people and with jewellery makers, we use what we have, don't we? We use everything. So feel free to with this strand for just £19.95. Sticking with sparkle. Think sparkle, think capturing the light, think seductive, bewitching sparkle, because here we've got that in gemstone form. This is your zircon. Now zircon for me is such a memorable and captivating gemstone, simply because of its illustrious and exciting history. Two professors got together to work out the age of zircon, and it was Wild who initially had a look for it. And he basically found a piece of zircon and dated it to around 4.5 billion years old. And they had to pay, to work out the age of this, they had to pay over £1.5 million to get this piece of equipment to age it. And at that time, it was such a big thing because scientists didn't believe that the Earth was that old. They believed it was around 4.3 billion years old. So this gemstone literally changed the way scientists view and age the world. What an interesting and illustrious and a strong thing for such a little gemstone to do. Your price on this changing gemstone is your price on this is £17.95. The graphic gremlins are in again. £17.95 for this scientist baffling gemstone. Do read into the history of this because it's so riveting. Take this home, own it, and pass on your knowledge about this bewitching gemstone, the oldest gemstone in the whole world. Whilst we catch our breath, let's go to a break and come back for me for some more great deals.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Buying jewellery online from us has just become even easier with our new streamlined checkout service. We've made some little changes to make our website more accessible for all of the different ways you shop online, and now it's even easier using a mobile phone or tablet. Once you have added your items to your shopping basket, you can decide to check out now or save for later. Saving an item for later means you can easily find them in your own time, but don't forget to check back soon, as all our items are selling fast. One of just a few changes that will make buying jewellery from us even easier.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. We all know you need the right tools for the job, so here at JewelleryMaker we have designed a kit to make sure you have all the essentials to join in with the fun. With round nose, flat nose and wire cutter pliers, as well as a reamer, tweezers and a bead scoop, you've got everything you need in one place for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills.
Join us on JewelleryMaker as we count down the days until Christmas. Stay tuned to see perfect Christmas gifts for all your friends and family at prices you won't believe. And what's more, anything you buy can be refunded or exchanged until the 31st of January. So for hassle-free shopping and great value, it has to be JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to Designer Inspirations. I'm Becky. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. I'm starting off this section with a star by, but at past, we're also going to start our 10 items for £10 or less section. But that doesn't mean that everything has always been under £10. It means there's going to have to be some price slashing going on in that time. So if you want to get some things, little stocking fillers, maybe it's getting near payday, isn't it? Maybe you're running out of the pennies, that's going to be the time for you. But I'm going to do you a deal that when we discussed it earlier, we were both slightly aghast at how well we managed to get this down. And the thing is, it's one of those prices that we've done on it that if anyone realises upstairs, they might not be that happy. We've done a little bit of a mischievous deal. You're getting, with this, your head pins, including your intricate and interesting spacer beads. Have a look at these for me. Oh, one's rolling away. Now these that you can see here, these are your rose style. You can see they're little delicate roses. Now the light isn't really picking these up, but I promise you, they're like a picture photograph almost. They're so alike to a rose. I'm not seeing these before at all. You're going to be getting 5 of these. You're also going to be getting, if you have a little look across, these wonderful spiral effects. Now, I would describe it as a little donut coil in the middle and then a larger donut coil on the outside. Now, you could easily use these as a beading cap because you'll see that they have got the indentation there. But also, you can use them as a spacer, possibly to highlight your beads, or because they're both so intricate and so delicate, why not just strand them with beading thread, pull it apart to create an eye shape and really highlight these wonderful pieces. So you're going to be getting 5 of these and 5 of your roses. You're also going to be getting 90 of these extended head pins. Now, when we say extended, I mean it's the longer length that you perhaps normally get. It's quite a long length that you would maybe get in your findings pack. Usually in your findings pack, we're looking at around 16 mil, aren't we? 16 to 20 mil. Here, we're working with 45 mil. Now, why does that make a difference? Well, a couple of reasons. One, if you want to create a drop earring with this, imagine you just loop the top with a head pin. That's going to be a really long drop, isn't it? But you could really easily, simply with a shepherd's hook, pop a few of these on and use them in different lengths, snip it off, use short to long, create a pyramid style effect. Another thing with this is very simply, because it is the longer length, get some large quartz or large circular beads on there and simply with your round nose pliers coil it in. Create a little individual coil. You know, Laura Binding loves them, doesn't she? Those coils. And she uses these extended head pins a lot. So you're going to be getting 90 head pins, 5 of these donut style twist spacers, and 5 of these, I've not seen them before, truly delicate rose spacers. They're so pretty. I would want these as centerpieces for mine. I really would. Your price for a star buy, $9.95, isn't gonna be the price. And that is silly, actually. Now I'm thinking about it, I remember why we were so outraged upstairs. We're not going to $9.95, we're going to £7.95. And we're going to get a call probably in the gallery any moment now from our managers. What? We've not seen that before. Phone on silent, methinks. Look at these, and I've not seen these before. These wonderful little roses and these lovely, lovely donut style spacers. You are getting 5 of each of these, so 10 of these wonderful little charms almost, and then 90 of these head pins for just £7.95. Now you all call it in on the phone lines. I'm not surprised because I've not seen those wonderful little flower roses before, and to be honest, for me personally, if I was going to get just the 5 roses and just the 5 donut twist shapes, I would be more than happy to spend $7.95. I truly would, because they're so intricate and so detailed and so dainty but so usable. I'd be happy to pay that price for just those. But with this, you're getting 90 of these extended head pins as well. That price is mischievous. That price is something that you definitely want to get your hands on. They are flying out. I'm really sorry, but I started with triple figures. I've now got 25 of these left in stock. If you want them, you need to be on the phone lines now for just £7.95 for all of these extended head pins and 10 of your charms. Welcome, welcome, Gina. Congratulations. Isabella from West Midlands. Congrats, guys. Alan, lovely of you to get this. Everyone who's on screen now and more are going for this. Guys on the screen, if you get these, do something creative with them, of course. Send in your ideas to Wall of Fame. Please send them in, because I'd love to see what you've done with them all. It's something unusual, it's something different, and it's something that's so usable. I've got another star buy coming for you in a bit. What? What? What did you just... Sapphire? I've got sapphire as my next star buy. Do you fancy getting £10 off a strand of sapphire? What time's that going to come at? About past. About past. And then after that, we'll go into our 10 under 10, which is great, because if you're going to get a £10 saving, treat yourself afterwards. Okie pokey. So, we're going for these faceted. These ones are lovely. Look at these little extra bit of sparkle to your designs. The butterfly that Hannah Oxbury created earlier, these would add a real eye-catching little bite, wouldn't they? We're working here with your faceted silver spacer balls. You're getting how many of these? 40 of these lovely individual. Look at how they catch the light. It's almost mystifying, isn't it? Imagine these with your party dress, adding a little bit of something sparkly. Now this is 925 sterling silver, so we're talking about quality here. We're working with quality, and honestly, it's not that often, is it, that you'll see 925 sterling silver in faceted beads. We might see them as plain rounds often, but this is just highlighting that sparkle and that high sheen that you get with 925 sterling silver. And if you look after it, that sheen will last and last and last. Very simple to clean and get this high sheen back simply with a polishing cloth. Just give it a little bit of a wipe and the high shine is back. Even if you've been wearing it every day for months and months, you'll still be able to get this look back just with a little bit of work. Your price on these, $7.95. We're going to take a couple of pennies off. We're going to take 100 pennies off. What about more than that? $5.95 for you today. This is always $7.95 for this selection, always. But $5.95 for you today. You're getting 40 pieces of 925 sterling silver at that price. If you've not worked with 925 sterling silver before, maybe you're a little bit worried, maybe a little bit scared. Maybe for you the name 925 you think, oh, a bit scary. That's only for the professionals, isn't it? Not at that price, it isn't. You too can have a go at home. Do not be afraid at that price. For just £5.95 you get to work with 925 sterling silver. 40 pieces, and look, even when you can see them there on that slide, you can see how wonderful and sparkly they are just with that picture. It's fab. Little bit of a wait on the phone lines, but do bear with, because I promise you the deals you're going to be getting, including that £10 off sapphire, that's coming up for you really shortly. Now what are these? I've not seen these before. I bet you haven't either, Kaz.
I haven't.
You haven't? No. These are gorgeous. Oh my goodness, these are so fun. These, I think they will be described as spacer beads, but I would be determined to use them as charms. Look, we have these cubes, and on each side of the cube, you have this wonderful little flower-like pattern. And these do, as you can see in the ones just underneath my tweezers, they have these holes. I've just worked out these are 925. Wow. Wow. Not often do you see 925 in such a playful engraved cube, is it? And these are playful. If I show you the holes as well, you'll be able to see that that is a good size. You'll easily get a 1mm through there, easily a 125, and possibly even a 1.5mm wire. These can be used with those head pins you just got us, cascade them from a piece of chain. You've got right there for you a little charm bracelet, haven't you? But using 925 sterling silver, you're working with luxury, but in a really fun way here. I've not seen these before, and I'm so happy to be able to bring you these today because they're so wonderful. You will be getting 5 in this pack, and these are your 5mm cubes. £6.95 on these today. That's flabbergasting, isn't it? Because there's a lot of silver. If you look at the size of them, they're hefty. 5mm these are. So you're getting a lot of silver in this for just £6.95. What a wonderful price. Look at them all lined up. They're almost like playing blocks, aren't they? How wonderful. £6.95. Stick on the gold theme, but let's go slightly more relaxed. I always think of rose gold as slightly more relaxed than your bright gold. No idea why. These are your rose gold plated 95 sterling silver spacer beads. Look at how dainty and delicate these are. Now you are getting 100 pieces in this, and these are your 2mm beads. Now these are going to be great just to highlight any gemstones you really want people to notice. So if you've got a top drilled drop, say, popping one of these on either side, because they are so dainty and so small, that means you're not at all taking away from that center top drilled piece that you want to show. You're merely accentuating that as opposed to deferring away from it. 100 pieces you're getting in this, 925 sterling silver. Your price for VUGP 72 today, £4.95. For 100 pieces of 925 sterling silver, less than a fiver, £4.95 for 100 of these. And you can imagine them, can't you? Just highlighting delicately those pieces you just want to show off. But you're still working with 925 sterling silver. So when you do have those type of gemstones that you want to highlight and draw attention to, you want to work with 925 sterling silver, don't you? To give it a little something, something. You want to work with something high quality when you're dealing with a high quality gemstone. And these are very, very delicate and so small, but because it's 925 sterling silver, because it's not the Britannia silver, it's 925, you're working with the strength. So although they're delicate, you don't have to be afraid that they're going to bend out of shape or, you know, something's going to happen with them. Maybe they're not that durable just because they're small. Not the case at all. It's 925, so we've got the strength there with the luxury for just £4.95. What a great deal. Yeah. Okay. What have I got in here? I love opening up these scoops because I'm not sure what's going to be in it. Oh, I love this scoop. I have to admit. Now normally these are zoned out, but I actually like the fact that these are mixed like this because you get a feeling of these wonderful colours working together. In here, we have your silver colours in these faceted spacer beads. We also have your gold in these beads, and you have the rose gold colour. Now these are brass beads, meaning you've got the strength and the power there, but you're still getting this elegant, seductive sparkle we would expect to really highlight your pieces. Now these are wonderful because if you look closely on this slide that's spinning around, you'll see the holes in some of them. Now these are large, they're a good size. You can easily get through a satin cord, easily get through multiple beading thread strands without an issue at all. So these are versatile. If you want to add a little bit of glitz and a little bit of glam to something, but you're perhaps not sure how to, or perhaps you're looking to create something such as, say, a donut, a bun donut. Say you want to create a bubble or an effect for that, but you don't want to work with your high-end 925s, but you still want that seductive sparkle. You've got it with this. Your price today for these stashes is £9.95. £9.95. This is your price today for these beads in these three wonderful, the most luxurious colours you can think of. 5mm brass coloured, gold, silver and rose gold finish faceted spacers. These slabs are wonderful. This is your blue chalcedony, and look at each one of these. You're getting in each of them almost this wave-like effect. If I show you on these ones here, can you see what I mean? Now to me, this white area that you can see, you've got a transparency to it. You can't really see it at home, but I promise you it is there. Which means with these wave effects you're getting, you get this transparency. So it's almost like the waves crashing. You can see it. You're getting 200 carats of this in these puffy rectangles. Now, blue is such a tranquil colour. In fact, I worked at a gym and at that time, we had a swimming pool, yeah we did, but we also had a room for professionals, and that room, it was for professional weightlifters. This is a gym in Cheshire. It was very, very high end, and we had one room that was specifically, yes, story time with Becky, that was specifically used for the people who were training for specific triathlons, specific high-end, high-paying races and things like that. And that room was completely painted blue. I'm talking floor, walls and ceiling. Honestly. And it had a couple of mirrors, but not as many as you would expect. And the reason that room was coloured and painted that way is because they basically spent loads of money, I'm talking thousands and thousands of pounds, having a test on the effect that colours have on people who are working out, working for things like marathons and triathlons. And the colour blue, it was determined, was so tranquil and relaxing that it actually made you work out for longer. True story. They spent thousands of pounds on this test, and that was exactly what it is. The fact that blue, it makes you so tranquil and calm that you can work out for longer. And when I look at this strand, I can understand that. It looks relaxing, it looks chilled. And let's talk relaxing. Let's keep that relaxing theme going with £11.95, please. But what? Well, I got all tranquil at that price. Scott is going to chill me out so much I think I've been in a freezer with this. Your price today, not £11.95. Your price is £9.95 for you today. Give yourself a tranquil blast. Not £11.95, but £9.95 for 200 carats of your blue chalcedony. Let's get colour popping with this. Think all the colours of the rainbow, because that's pretty much what you're getting in this strand. Let's have a look, are you? Richard, red, yep. Of, orange, yep. York, have I got a yellow? Yes, yeah, yellow. York, Gain, green, Battle, blue, indigo, vein, violet at the end, yep. All the colours of the rainbow, it's official. In this multicoloured strand, if you're worried about working with all these colours together, I don't think you really have to be, because look how nicely they go. They just work, but don't be afraid. If you are a bit worried, you won't be at this price. $7.95 these today, and that's not a price to be scared of, is it? Even if you're looking at these and thinking those colours are a little bit too much for me, don't worry, separate them off. Use the blues, use the reds just together. You don't have to use them all as is, but I would be tempted to, because I think for me it's just such a fun strand. And because these are statement pieces, it is good to mention the fact that as you can look in between each, we have these little knots. That means that, say I want to work with that centre green piece that you're on now, I don't have to cut and unstrand every one and unstrand it back on. I can simply cut each side. I've got the stone I want, but all the others carry on being stranded, just store them away, nice, neat and tidy. So this sort of screams out for you to colour zone if you want to, because it's so easy to do. Just $7.95 for 690 carats of this multicoloured crackled agate in these 18mm rounds. Look at these honey tones. Ah, honey, honey. These, oh thanks Kaz. Do, 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 do. This strand is like, it's like little bits of honeycomb. I think the faceting helped with that as well, but of course the colour. This is your gold colour chalcedony. Now, did you get earlier the gold enamel in that fantastic kit bundle that we had for you, a great price? I would suggest to you then getting these, because wouldn't these just set off those little stars perfectly? Wouldn't they just give your star-like design a bit of extra sparkle with these? Now, the honeycomb tones you're getting, but with this gold, it looks like pieces of gold that have been created into these wonderful faceted shape. It's not, but you wouldn't be silly to think for a second that it was if you've just glanced at it now. This is your golden colour-coated chalcedony. Now, chalcedony in itself is of course beautiful, and it is something special. Now, the reason we've put this coating on is not at all to hide what's beneath. It's not that at all. This coating has been put on to give it a little bit more interest, but you can actually in areas see through the gold colouring. So we've not just got this beautiful precious gemstone and painted it a colour to hide it. It's not at all. When you get this home, you'll be able to see that the gold coating is so delicate that you can actually see internally into each of the gems. So it's just to give you a wonderful gemstone with a bit of a different appearance, a little bit of something different, a little bit fun to work with. Your price on this today, £9.95 for this graduated set strand of your gold colour coated chalcedony. Look at that, bejewelled. We've had a little bit of pearls, haven't we, with you today? And you do love them at home. Like I said, you know, diamonds, they say, are a girl's best friend, but I don't know a woman who doesn't like pearls in one form or another, because you get them in all these different shapes, sizes and colours, and no more so than this one. Look at these lovely Baroque pearls. Baroque are so lovely to work with, because if you're working them against the neckline, they can just sit and rest. You haven't got any of the spinning or the spiralling that you can sometimes get. And you've still got this really natural, organic look. And this champagne colour itself, bit of a boozy pearl, you can't go wrong, can you? champagne cultured pearls in these wonderful Baroque styles. And these are 11 by 10 mil. Your price on this today, £8.95. Look at the length of this strand as well. It's wonderful, and these colours you're getting. If you bought with us the white earlier and you want to add a little bit of warmth to it, but stick with the pearls, then this is going to be perfect with you, because this is subtle. It's a subtle champagne colour, but you can still see the luxury in it, just to highlight and warm up your white pearls that you bought from us earlier. £8.95 for you today. This has got a lovely, wonderful champagne tone to it. Take that champagne colour in your mind and let's take it through to a star buy. This strand, it's breathtaking to me. It truly, truly is. Your star buy today is going to be this magnificent sapphire strand. I almost actually don't want to take it away from my eyeline because it's just so beautiful, but it would be unkind not to let you see this exemplary standout strand of multicoloured sapphire. Now, sapphire forever has screamed royalty, hasn't it? It's been used, of course, in crowns of jewels, but also, you know, in recent-ish times, I suppose, they have been given as gifts. Mrs. Simpson, you know, notoriously got given these as a gift and from the king, and she had coloured sapphires as a bracelet, and she had a dress made for her which she got her tailor. She loved the dress so much, it was one of her favourites, but she actually got her tailor to take the sleeves off to make it a short sleeve, simply so she could highlight her sapphire bracelet. That's how special it was to her and how important. She even got one of her favourite dresses completely altered just to highlight how stunning these sapphires are. And sapphires, of course, even now in the royal family, they still continue to be very, very prevalent because, of course, in the 80s they became popular again when Prince Charles gave Diana the sapphire ring, which has now been passed down, handed on to Kate Middleton. Her ring that she wears is sapphire also, that's been handed down. It is synonymous with royalty. It is something so special. I have 10 of these allocated, and I only have 20 left. Okay, I said to you earlier that there would be a £10 saving on this. I want to tell you the truth. We're going for much bigger than £10. Please get on the phone now. I do not want you to miss out. This has been $39.95. That's the lowest we've ever done it. It was launched at £10 more than that. So it was launched at £49.95. We're going to do something so special, you're going to wish you were on the phones. If you're not on the phones now, can't guarantee that if you don't pick up the phone in the next 10 seconds, you're going to get this. This was originally £49.95. I'm doing you a massive favour now by slowing down and giving you time to get on the phones, because as soon as I tell you the actual price, you're going to be so upset if you're not calling now. It was £49.95. Yours today for £29.95. That is a £20 saving you're getting on this exceptional strand of the most royal of regal gemstones, this multicoloured sapphire. £20 saving on this. £20 off on sapphire. You do not get it often. And think how regal, how royal. Kate Middleton wears this as we speak. She is currently strewn in sapphire with her wedding ring. £20 saving on sapphire. Come on. That is something that you cannot quibble with. That is mind-blowing to me. I doubt highly that we'll have any left, but if we do, this will be mine. For a £20 saving, this will be mine if we by any chance have any left. Does it look likely? Okay, we've got 5 left, so no, that's impossible. Nice one. £20 saving on your sapphire. Honestly, if you were to strand even half of this, even if you were just to pick out the pink sapphires, even if you were just to pick out the blue sapphires, you would sell it, half a strand of this, on a necklace for triple what you're paying for the whole strand, easily. Did you get in on that 925 sterling silver, those deals we had with the findings? If you didn't, now is your time, because you don't want to be working with the most regal and royal of gemstones in this sapphire and then mix it with something that just won't highlight its beauty. Work with the 925. Get on the phone lines for that 925 whilst you're on the phones for this, because you don't want to work with anything less than the best when you're working with this regal royal gemstone. We've got 3 left in stock. If you're on the phones, please do hold on. Cool your jets. We will be with you. £20 saving. I'm not surprised you're queuing up. I promise we'll be with you. £20 saving. Nice work to everyone online. Sharon, who else? Tina, Connie, we've got Linda. Guys, well done for buying this. I'm not even slightly jealous. £20 saving. Well done, guys, for getting that, because that is something special and you're showing that you know what we're talking about here. £20 saving on sapphire GTGZ80. What a great purchase. How many left? 1 left. Oh my goodness. Race to the phone. Race to the phone. We've got 1 left. We've got 1 left. Anne got the last one. Anne from Lancashire, it looks like you've got the last one. £20 saving on this sapphire. Who's got this strand then? Sneaky, sneaky. Funnily, I think someone would probably notice if I did try and take it, sadly. What a great, great, great purchase that was. Now, you saved £20 on that, didn't you? So you technically got £20 that you can play with now. Great, because I've got 10 items for under a tenner for you. Where are we heading? You've got, oh hello, you've got your toolkit. Now, 10 under 10. You might think, oh, it's a toolkit, so it's normally £9.95, isn't it? Not when you look inside, because it's our zebra toolkit, which you know is more expensive than our regular. Why? Well, it's got this funky design, but also it's got this cushioning. It's been described as squidgy. It's been described as spongy. It's very giving, and it's wonderful if you are new to jewellery making and you want a little bit of a luxurious feel, but it's great also if you've been doing it a while and your hands get a bit tired and a bit weak and a bit weary after using the normal tools for a long time. You don't have that problem with these. Honestly, the give of them, when I'm pushing in, I'm probably pushing in about 2 to 3 millimeters, which means you have got that give, haven't you? In here, you've got your 3 tools, you've got your snips, you've got your storage box, your reamer, your scoop and your tweezers. Your price for 8 pieces of this zebra, £10.95 normally. It's the price it's been, it's the price it is, but not today, because 10 under 10, this is our first one for the 10 under 10, £9.95. That's the same price as our normal kit that hasn't got this funky design, hasn't got that extra squidge. It's the same price as our normal kit, but with the extra luxury. However, this is only available until 9 p.m. When you go to buy this at 10 p.m, it'll be back to £10.95. So get it now. Do not miss out on that in our 10 under 10. That's number 1. Where else are we heading? Oh, we've got glitz, we've got sparkle. Imagine fairy dust. Now, when you're working with Hannah earlier, you can use these in jewellery enamel. So if you've got that jewellery enamel kit, you'll have some sparkly bits in that, but it's not quite the same as this. You can use this sparkle with so much. You can set it into your resin, you can do it with the enamel, you can use it in your bezels, you can do so much with this fairy dust glitter bundle. You'll get in here your whitest of white, your sapphire blue, your sea blue almost. No, not sea blue. What are we describing this as? I'd say Maldives blue. Yeah, Maldives blue. You're getting your pretty in pink, candy pink, and you're getting your forestry green here. Now, these are stunning. These are spectacular. And I just want to show you in the pots. Oh, Kaz is looking at me like, don't do it. I'm a little bit of a nightmare when it comes to glitter because I open... Kaz just went, yes, you are. I'm going to try and be really good today and not spill it everywhere. But it's really important because if I show you it like this in the pot, it doesn't look like anything. But then when I take off the lid, look, that's the magic. For these, for you, 5 colours, £6.95 for these 6 colours today. 5 colours, sorry, and you're working with these. It's normally, and it has been, £9.95, and you've bought it at that price. But today is a little treat for our 10 under 10. We're taking it even lower than we've had it. £6.95 for you. Look how sparkly. Yeah, you can even see it in this, can't you, how sparkly they are. They're so versatile and so usable, and at that price, honestly, even if you're going to be making something whilst maybe your little one's going to be making something, even they can have a little play with it, can't they, at that price? Are these actually going to be under 10? These toggle clasps are wonderful because they've got the T-bar, but instead of your normal circle, they're a little delicate, interesting heart shape. Aren't they pretty? You're getting 2 in this pack. Look at the lovely little heart shape. You're going to be getting 2 toggle clasps in this, and it does look just as you would expect to toggle to. The lovely thing with these is it just adds a little something delicate to your pieces, and as we saw in Hannah's design earlier, she did the toggle clasp at the front, and what you can do is really simply 3, maybe 5 jump rings onto the heart just from here, drop some chain, drop some gems, and have this at the front of your necklace as a centerpiece, but also as your fastening, so you're not fiddling at the back. These in 925 sterling silver are too beautiful to be hidden at the nape of your neck. They're too beautiful. Highlight them. Your price on these, 925 sterling silver, £6.95 for 2. But this is 10 under 10, and we didn't want to bring you stuff that was just under a tenner and then say, here you are, 10 under 10. We wanted to give you something special. £4.95 is special. That is a special price for something that you don't want to just hide at the nape of your neck. You want these to be seen. 925 sterling silver. Not normally £4.95, but it is for you today. I just love working with little hearts, especially if you've got that heart chain. Earlier in our 925 finding kit that we had, the Star By, you know, you had the little heart chain in that, didn't you? Wouldn't that look fantastic? Just highlighting the hearts with these heart toggle clasps. To carry on with the 10 under 10, we've got here for you your bolt clasps. I won't get them all out because I'll spend forever putting them back in, but you're getting 100 pieces in this bag. Even if you are new to jewellery making, you'll know what this is, you'll recognise it, which sometimes is wonderful, isn't it? Because if you are new to jewellery making, the last thing you want to do is be spending loads of time going, what is this very small cylindrical thing? What do I do with it? Don't worry, you don't have the problem with this, you'll know what this is. This is your bolt clasp, and this very simply does up your necklace, your bracelet, whatever it might be. You'll see hanging on the bottom there, that is your main loop. Very simply, pop through your jump ring or whatever else, your cords, whatever you want to use in there. And then there you have it, you have a clasp at the back, very simple. And the bit I'm holding with my tweezers is also your eye pin, you can pop it through there, you're done. Easy peasy, 100 pieces you're gonna be getting of these. So great for your craft fairs. If you are new to jewellery making, then these are going to be good for you. If you're new to jewellery making and you're thinking of going down the route of craft fairs, or perhaps you're thinking of going down the route of sorting out your Christmas presents for the next 6 years, then this could well be the one for you. The thing is, when you're working with these, when you've got so many, you're not going to be as precious with them, which is a very good thing, especially if you are new to jewellery making. You might make a piece and you think, yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I quite like it. But you don't quite want to take it apart. Well, you're getting 100 of these, so you don't have to. Just make it again, improve on it, change something, do something a bit different. It's nice because you'll always have your progression there. Silver plated copper bolt rings, your price for 100 pieces today, £7.95. Sometimes as crafters, when we make something, we can be quite harsh on ourselves, can't we? I know what I'm like. I'll make something I've never tried before, and I'll sort of kind of show it to people, and it's all right, I suppose, and you wait for their feedback, don't you? Well, if you're getting 100 of these, it doesn't matter if your first attempt doesn't go as well as you want. Try again, try again, try again. For £7.95, you're getting 100 of these. So 100 necklaces, 100 bracelets, whatever you choose to do with these, that can be yours for just £7.95. Stick with your silver. Let's stay down the same colour tone. We're still in the 10 under 10. With these silver crimp bead covers. This is your 925. You're getting 100 pieces in this. Now your crimp beads, you'll see very simply, they're little C shapes initially. You can see just there the little gap. Very simply pop it over your crimp, cover it. The lovely thing with working with 925 crimp bead cover is that even if you've got a crimp underneath that isn't 925, maybe it's just your basic, maybe it's just your metal in a colour, that's fine, it's good to have those, that's not a problem. But then you can hide it with 925 sterling silver, adding that luxury without actually having to use 925 underneath that you won't see. 100 pieces of these today, GP47. Your price today, £7.95. That is your price on these today. The little gremlins are in as usual. They're having a little play around, but there it is for you. £7.95 for 100 pieces of these 925s. You're getting on the phones, you do like these, you appreciate their quality. Congrats for getting these, because it's adding a little touch of class and a little touch of elegance to your pieces. And it's doing a really good job as well. Cover up something a bit messy, cover up something you don't want to be seen. Now, 1/4 of my stock on these has been allocated. Don't miss out, please don't miss out. £7.95. If you call now, you won't miss out, but 1/4 of my stock has gone on those. £7.95 for you today. What are we going to? 925 again. We're giving you so much luxury today, aren't we? If you got these sapphires earlier, then I would strongly suggest you get these, because you want to work with high quality, don't you, when you're working with sapphire? And this is true quality. With these wonderful gold coloured lobster clasps. Now these are your smaller size, which means that when you are working with something like the sapphire, when you are working with those, it means that you're keeping the delicate look. The last thing you want when you're working with those lovely delicate sapphire is a big chunky, 12mm lobster clasp, which we do, which is wonderful for the bigger pieces. But when you're working with the luxury pieces that are perhaps smaller, like the sapphire, you want to repeat that luxury and repeat that delicate effect throughout your piece. So do that with these. 925 sterling silver, 10 lobster claw clasp. Your price on these today, £6.95. It is luxury for less. 10 under 10. £6.95 for these today. Ever since, excuse me, ever since I was on with Debbie Bournemouth, I know that whenever we've had this chain on, it has gone. It's like Speedy Gonzales out of the gallery, to be honest. Honestly, this flies out. If you want this wonderful chain, please get on the phones now. Your graphics are up. You're more than entitled to get on the phone now. It's not a problem. The reason this chain is so special is that you don't just have to use it as chain. I've seen this used with Debbie Bournemouth. Get yourself polymer clay. Get yourself t-shirt print. Put on there a photo of your family. Put on there copyrighted pictures, anything you want to, and then simply cover them. And you've got there, made for you, your own personalised charms, your own personalised cufflinks, your own personalised. I love this idea. If you're doing this as a chain, space it out individually with some of your normal chain, and then pop in it pictures of your family. Maybe start off with your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and go down to the youngest members of the family, almost a necklace that's a family tree for just £6.95. You can add to it, add more links, add more change. You can have a wonderful necklace of what? Why is that changed now? £4.95. Do you see my face then? What? Why has that changed? £4.95. You're getting so much in this, and the great thing also, don't think it's like a normal chain, that if you snip it, you then can't use that bit. It's not like that. This is so strong, you just mould it straight back into the same shape. You've got that perfect circle. You can literally use every single one of these without a problem. £4.95 should have been £6.95. Should have been £6.95, but this is so versatile. Do have a little look, because I'm sure that program with myself and Debbie went online and she showed you how to put your own pictures. So just go on YouTube. We've got a YouTube Jewellery Maker page. If you can't find it, type into your search engine Jewellery Maker YouTube and we'll pop up. Here for you, we've got these wonderful, striking, large cord ends with the extender. Now, the reason this is so good, the reason this is so great, is because look at how large the cord ending at the top is. Now, that's great because you can get through there 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 of your satin cords. You can easily get through 10, 20 of your beading threads. If you've created a really intricate braid, it's a really large size, then simply you close it up. Now these ones here, this is your large lobster claw clasp, and you can see that. Now the large lobster claw clasp, as I said earlier, it's nice to have a chunky one when you're working with your heavier gemstones, because you know you've got that strength there then. You know that it won't be weighed down, nothing's going to go wrong. You're absolutely fine. But you're on the extender, which means that you can create the different looks you want to. Make it shorter, go to the highest end, take it right to the last loop like we're on now to give you a lower V. 3 pieces, $925 sterling silver in these chunky cord ends. $6.95 for 3 of these. I'm a happy bunny. 3 of these large 925 sterling silver, just $6.95. We've got another strand for you here. You know, we had for you earlier the gold colour chalcedony that I told you that don't worry, the coating's not there to paint on, it's not there to hide anything at all. Well, then you're getting the same here, but a completely different colour and a completely different cut. This is your pearlescent coating on your chalcedony, and you can see in this possibly even more than in the other. When you look at the coating, you can see through each one. Like I said, we're not hiding anything. We're not trying to hide anything here at all. We're literally just giving you something different to work with. You're still getting this wonderful luxury and this wonderful natural effect of the gemstones because you can see through them. You have got that transparency still. We haven't painted it and then you can't see any of the wonderful gemstone underneath. That's not it at all. We're literally just giving you something that you can work with. You can still use and see the chalcedony, but you've got this lovely pearlescent coating to give you something a bit different, to change it up a little bit. 110 carats of this pearlescent coated chalcedony you're getting in these graduated faceted rice beads. £12.95. But don't forget, we're still in the under 10 hour. Hour? Hasn't been an hour. The price on this is £9.95. Now this, have a look at it for me. You can even see there, possibly if you look close, in some areas you can see through. You can see, to me, when I look through, I can see into each of these chalcedonies. I don't just, if you think of it in an eye line, I don't just see the coating and then it stops. My eye continues through the gemstone so that I can see the pearlescent coating even on the other side. This is just to give you something different to work with. Make it unusual, make it different. For £9.95, do something you perhaps haven't done before. 110 carats of this pearlescent coated chalcedony in these wonderful faceted rice beads. And they are graduated from 13 by 5 mil all the way to these more centre drops that are the 16 by 7 mil, which are truly eye-catching with this wonderful pearlescent glow to them. £9.95. Look at the pearlescence. You can see it working, can't you? And honestly, when I look through, I can see completely through them and to the other side. It's not a coating like a paint. We're not trying to hide anything. It's just to give you something completely different to work with. So treat yourself. If you haven't worked with coated chalcedony before because you think, well, what's the point? It's just a painted gem. It's not that at all. You still get every quality you would want out of the chalcedony, just with a slightly different look. That's all it is. So, am I right in thinking we've got one left in the 10? Oh, you've gone silent. No, you're still silent. Yeah, you're there. You forgot to press the button, methinks. We have got one more in your 10 under £10. So let's make it a goodie. Where are we going? Okay. Posts. We're going for posts, earring posts, and your butterfly backs. Now these earring posts have on them the little eye hole, so that you're able to strand really simply through these and create a standout piece, something a little bit stunning. Now these I can tell are 925 sterling silver. I don't even have to be told. It's obvious, it's clear, because look at the quality of each of these. Look at how high shine they are. These are your posts, very simply through this eye hole, pop your head pin, strand your beads, you're done. You're dusted. You've got a drop earring. Minimum effort, maximum effect. And you've also got these butterfly posts. The butterfly posts that you can see on screen now. So named, of course, because of the little wing-like effect. But the good things with the butterfly is that it does hold them on. So you don't have to worry. Sometimes with shepherd's hooks, if you're dancing the night away at your Christmas ball, if you're tripping the light fantastic, sometimes your shepherd's hooks can come a little bit out, can't they? You don't have that issue with these at all. Your original price is £9.95. You're getting 10 pairs, so 20 pieces. You're getting 10 pairs of these. Your price isn't staying at that price, because I said to you, this is 10 under 10, but we don't want to just give you stuff that's already that price. We're taking it low to £6.95 for you. For you today, not just under a tenner, but way under. £6.95 for 10 pairs of these in the 925 sterling silver. It's something special. It's something fun, and it means that it's something you can work with really simply at home. Let's take a break on that, and I'm going to bring you my last deal of the afternoon. Let's hit it up with a wonderful star buy. Out of the box. Is this the Matrix? Is this the Matrix? Well, it's actually in a box at the moment that's sellotape shut, and I cannot open. This is all I can show you of this right now. I'm going to try and break in with my tweezers, but have a little look at this for me now. This is your star buy today. 925 sterling silver fancy finding set. We've got a picture, let's have a little look. Look at everything you're getting there, and doesn't that picture just highlight the quality of this? The thing is, you're getting in this the Matrix. Now, that's wonderful because it's a storage solution, but also it's keeping your 925 in the highest quality. I've got it out, I've wrestled it out, we're all good. Now, in here, you're going to be getting your chain in 2 different varieties. I want to show you on the back of my hand. You'll see it's got the 925 stamp here, and this is on a lovely little star, which is really sweet and delicate. I'd keep that on, I would. This little 925 star there, and it goes down to this slightly waved oval chain. You've also got this wonderful, delicate, fairy-like chain. Look at it with these flattened ovals that we're working with here. In here, you've also got your 925 shepherd's earring hooks with this wonderful gizmoing effect. Last 30 of these in stock for you. For 56 pieces of 925 sterling silver, your price? £21.95. I'm not surprised in the slightest that those are flying out. You've got your toggle clasp, you've got your bolt rings, you've got your spacers, you've got your chains, you've got your wonderful, strong, versatile shepherd's hooks, and these 2 lengths of completely different, totally versatile, wonderful, delicate, yet still noticeable chains in this easy peasy little findings box for you here. £21.95. That is a star buy to send you shooting, isn't it? £10 on the late show tonight. Everything under £10. Everything under £10 except star buys. So most things under £10 on the Miss It Miss Out for you today. Congratulations for getting these. Thank you so much for joining me. I am back with you tomorrow afternoon. Stay tuned for Miss It Miss Out. I'll see you very soon. Goodbye.